This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I just started the recording.
Okay, so Mr. Coleman, is everything ready on your end?
Yes, everybody's ready.
Okay, thank you. I am going to go ahead and call this session of the City of Sedro-Woolley Hearing Examiner to order. For the record, today is March 24th, 2020 at approximately 10 a.m. and we have one item on the agenda today. This is number LP-2019-389 and it relates to the request for approval of a preliminary plat to develop 12.7 acres in two phases as an 85-lot planned residential development for residents 55 years of age and older with associated improvements. This would include 52 single-family lots and 33 lots that could accommodate one townhome per lot. And property is located on the south side of McGarrigle Road, across the street from the east entrance of Independence Boulevard. This is a consolidated hearing. There was an appeal of the determination made under the State Environmental Policy Act, and under state law, we are required to consolidate these hearings. So the outset here will deal with that appeal hearing. We'll take a short break after the appeal hearing, and then we'll move on to the application hearing related to the plat itself. So in advance of the appeal hearing, the parties to the appeal provided various documents, and to start, I wanted to walk through what was provided to me for review and make sure that we're all on the same page. So this is going to be a challenge, obviously, with the technology and what we're dealing with the coronavirus, but we're going to stumble through as best we can, and I thank everyone in advance for trying not to speak over each other, and I will try to direct traffic as it were as best I can. So to start, I believe Mr. Emerson, are you on the line or in the room?
Hi, Mr. Examiner. Yes, I'm here, and thank you for being here. And thank Mr. Coleman and Mr. Chambers, Nick Johnson, Maryland, Larry Stiles, and some of the people here that have supported the appellant's position.
Great. So to start, Mr. Emerson, I just want to verify I received what we have labeled as A1 through A7. These are the documents that were provided to me. This includes your appeal letter, a letter from Phil Brockman to you, 3 thumb drives that included videos, as well as A6 we have as a photo and A7 as 2 photographs. Are those the documents that were provided?
They are.
Okay, thank you. And did you have additional information you were hoping to provide? I'm not guaranteeing I'll allow it, but.
Well, we wanted to play the videos, which are very important to the appellant's position. And we have different videos, and we have people who want to comment on those videos.
Certainly. So we will get to that, but those were the videos that were provided as exhibits, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So then for the moment, I would like to turn to the applicant, and I believe that's Mr. Woodmansee, and I think you're on the line. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. The documents that we received from the applicant, we have labeled B1 through B16. Does that sound accurate to you?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you have additional information you were hoping to provide? Again, no ruling yet on that. Just want to see if that was a potential.
No, we don't.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
And then finally, I will turn to, I believe the city is represented by counsel, and I'll turn to the city attorney. And I believe for the city, we had documents C1, E23.
Examiner Reeves, I'm not actually planning to participate in the hearing. I'm sitting here more as an observer.
Okay.
And so I can't confirm the city's document list beyond what is provided.
Thank you. I will direct my questions to Mr. Coleman instead. So, Mr.
sir.
Coleman, C1 to C23, is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, while I have you on the line, Mr. Coleman, did the city have any issue with the exhibits, documents provided by the other parties?
Any problems with them?
Yeah, objections. I know you're not an attorney, but it's an appeal hearing, so I need to ask.
I have some concerns about the length of the videos and the ability to watch the several hours of videos during this hearing. I don't know if that's a good use of our time.
I agree, and I will address that shortly, but you don't have any issue with the authenticity or anything to that effect?
No.
Okay. Mr. Woodmansey, if I can go back to you, same question.
I would agree with both Mr. Coleman on the length of the videos. I would also just like to add that I know there was quite a few upset parents and citizens that they were out there filming, while kids were walking down the street and whatnot. I believe the police were called a few times. I don't know if they were legally obtained or not, but.
Well, beyond the scope of what I plan on addressing today, but thank you for your concern, but no issue as to sort of whether, these have been, they're authentic to the extent that you don't believe they're video games or something.
No, I think they were them sitting there
Filming.
video. So I think the authenticity is real.
Great, thank you. And then finally, Mr. Emerson, same question. Do you have any issue with the exhibits provided by the other parties?
No, Mr. Examiner, I do not.
Okay, so to that end, I am going to admit these exhibits, and they will serve as the foundation for the appeal and any decision I make on the appeal, as well as the testimony that will be provided today. The way that this is going to work is I'll let Mr. Emerson provide any opening remarks he may have. Then we'll go through the appellant witnesses. It's not like, quite as formal as a courtroom. I will allow objections and those things, although I don't encourage that sort of thing. And I will pipe in periodically. I do note, and I cannot stress this enough, right now, that I am the one ultimately making the decision, and I have read everything in the file, and I have watched the videos. So I have concerns about, is it useful to spend several hours today watching videos that I have already reviewed? I don't believe it is very useful. If the appellant would like to sort of jump to highlights of these videos, fine, but I do not plan on us spending more than about 20 minutes reviewing videos that I already spent several hours of my time reviewing. So I want that to be clear. In addition, I want to be clear that duplicative testimony is in no way helpful, meaning my decision is going to be based solely on the municipal code and state law and the requirements thereof related to an appeal under SEPA, and none of those requirements relate to sort of a cumulative analysis of how many people may be upset about something. So ultimately, if 3 people have all said the same thing and 7 more people are going to repeat it, it is going to ultimately be unhelpful for purposes of my decision, and that can't be stressed enough. So I'm not trying to limit the opportunity for anyone to provide input, but I need to be clear on what my expectations are. I have, again, very specific sort of analysis on what needs to happen as I review a project for purposes of an appeal under SEPA. And then later today, very specific analysis under the municipal code and state law on reviewing a proposed preliminary plat. So I would ask that folks keep that in mind. And with that, I believe we can get started. I'm going to just go ahead and state for the record, everyone should mentally note that I am putting you all under oath so that all your testimony today will be under oath or affirmation. If anyone has an objection to that, let me know, but that is the process that we follow in case my decision were to be appealed. The audio recording from today's hearing, as well as the admitted exhibits, would serve as the foundation for any such appeal. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Emerson, we're going to start with you. And I note that you're representing a group of concerned citizens, and you were designated as the sort of lead person. So you're going to be wearing 2 hats. I assume you're going to want to provide information as a witness yourself, and then direct the testimony of the witnesses you have here on the list. Is that accurate, Mr. Emerson?
Well, I have myself down as a witness in order to have myself down as a witness. Otherwise, I would have lost that opportunity. Whether I testify or not, Mr. Examiner, I don't know yet at this point. But I'm going to start out. I would like to play snippets of these videos that we
Sure.
have.
And did you understand what I said at the outset, to the extent that I have reviewed and the videos, and I am the one ultimately that will make the decision. So I'm okay with snippets, but I do not plan on us spending several hours today re-reviewing the videos that have been publicly available. Does that make sense?
I wouldn't want to encumber anybody here for several hours. You feel, Mr. Examiner, you've got those well in mind so that they don't need to be played?
I do feel I have them well in mind. If you want to find a snippet you think is particularly helpful and play that for just a minute or two to sort of get us in the right mindset, I'd be fine with that.
All right. I don't know about getting the video.
We've got links to them here on the website.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to play maybe just the last 10 minutes of the drone video first.
There are 3 videos: edited video, cars on road, raw video 1, and end of road, raw video 2.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And 10 minutes is beyond what the hearing examiner would.
I think 4 or 5 minutes would be more than enough. 2 would be ideal.
Video, Mr. Examiner.
Sorry, Mr. Emerson.
I'm sorry. 4 or 5 minutes per video.
No, I was thinking 4 or 5 minutes total.
Okay. If you want just pick one of those on the drone, and I want to get just the last maybe 2 minutes of the drone. Will it pull up on the screen?
It's going up there right now.
That's cool, isn't it?
Well, there it is.
Yeah, so for the record, this is one of the exhibits, and I think those of us that are using this technology are able to watch along with everyone in the hearing room. So this is pretty cool tech.
Yeah.
May I speak while it's being played?
Yes, I will be quiet. I leave the floor to you, Mr. Emerson.
Okay. Well, as we can see here, this is this is what time in the morning. This would be approximately 9 o'clock. Is that right, Linda? That's the afternoon. Excuse me, that's the afternoon where the traffic picks up between 3 and 3:45. We're just playing a snippet of it. Usually the traffic, Mr. Examiner, is backed up. The back of the cars are backed up to Highway 9. Again, this is between 3 and 4 o'clock. And the cars that are heading west, cars and buses, this is from the drone. They are usually back up maybe 10 or 15 cars deep, perhaps back to Mr. Bresnan's dwelling, which is about a quarter of a mile down the road. One of the things that keeps the cars heading westbound stalled parked there at 9 is because you have a plethora of 18-wheelers heading down 9 and impeding traffic. And one of the people, one of the appellates who will be speaking by phone will comment on the ability to turn left there. So you can see the cars are backing up. So I'll stop this video right now with your permission, Mr. Examiner.
Yeah.
And, I won't go into the next video yet, but I'd like to read the superintendent's letter. May I do that?
Is this the letter I have as an exhibit?
It is. Should be exhibit 2.
I do have it and I have read it, so I don't know if you need to read the entire letter into the record, meaning it's already included in the record as an exhibit. But maybe you want to point out a sentence or two, that you find particularly insightful.
Well, I appreciate the brevity of time. Mr. Superintendent Brockman would be here today, but because of the shelter-in order that came down late last night from the governor, he gave his apologies to everybody, but it ended up for him having a cascade of responsibilities that he had to meet to. So he extends his apologies to you, Mr. Examiner, and to everybody here in this room. I'm going to read a portion of this letter, and this is exhibit number 2. The Evergreen STEM Elementary School has nearly 600 students attending the school. The campus also houses the Northwest Educational Services Discovery School, as well as the Skagit Valley College Head Start preschool program. There are 9 buses that transport students during both the morning and afternoon routes. The school begins at 9 a.m. with a peak arrival time in the morning for students beginning at 8:30 and ending at 9 a.m. In addition to the 9 buses, there are many families driving their children in private vehicles to and from school that can back up traffic on McGarrigle Road east to Fruitdale Road. And I want to emphasize back up east to Fruitdale Road and west to Highway 9. In the afternoon, the Evergreen STEM school day ends at 3:30 p.m. In anticipation of picking their children up, parents and guardians began to line up their vehicles about 3 o'clock. Again, the backup impacts McGarrigle Road both directions. The 9 school district buses arrive to the school and line up just after 3 p.m. There's quite a bit of congestion as both buses and private vehicles leave the school beginning at 3:30 and 4 p.m. Now, I feel it's important, if I may, Mr. Examiner, read the second paragraph if that's permissible.
Okay, we're not going to do this with every exhibit, Mr. Emerson. I'll let you do it this time, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Cascade Middle School has nearly 700 students attending the school, and their school day begins at 7:43 a.m. There are some 15 buses that travel on Highway 9 and turn into the bus lane located on the south side of the street. The exit point for the buses is Highway 20. Private family vehicles turn into the parking lot for a student drop-off from McGarrigle Road with a steady stream beginning about 7:30 a.m. and ending about 8 a.m. The congestion on McGarrigle Road and Highway 9 is much greater at this time of the day because of the location of the middle school. So the private vehicles, I'm dropping down, the private vehicles begin to line up to pick up their children about 2 p.m. for a 2:15 end of school day. So I will stop right there, Mr. Examiner, and I appreciate the court letting me read that. And now, and continuing on with my presentation, I need to go into a snippet and follow your directions just for a couple of minutes. As we play a couple minutes, this will be on the McGarrigle heading east and turning on Carter. You see that one?
A4? Is that A4
Put my glasses on, although that would be.
or A5?
A5 is described as video depicting traffic coming east on McGarrigle Road and turning onto Carter.
Thank you, John. That's it, Bill.
Okay.
Okay, so this is A5, correct?
Correct, A5.
Chloe.
Can you pause it for a second, Bill?
Sure.
So I'd like to just get a perspective here. That's Carter Road where they're turning on to that. They're coming east on McGarrigle. This would be Cascade Middle School, letting out at one time, wasn't it? That's the morning exit. And where the videographer was positioned is this right in the lower corner, 25 yards down, approximately 25 yards down from where he is, will be the ingress and egress for the proposed PRD development. So it's very close. So I bring that up because the propensity for cars exiting the proposed PRD to turn left, McGarrigle, then to load up Carter Road. Go ahead and continue, Bill.
I'm not sure I'm not seeing laptops.
Basically. Mr. Chambers, thank you very much. You're doing an outstanding job in operating that. So having showed that snippet, Mr. Examiner, I would like to call a couple of people who are most adversely affected. Their concern is about safety of the children, safety of the children pedestrians, and those motorists as well. And I think the first person I'll call is the man who created the video, Larry Stiles. Larry, where can Larry come up to? Podium?
Yeah, so Mr. Larry Stiles, I have listed as one of the appellant witnesses. So the way we'll do this, Mr. Emerson, is ask Mr. Stiles whichever questions you would like to ask him. And then when you have finished, and I may ask questions, but then I'll allow both the city and the applicant, should they so desire, to cross-examine or ask Mr. Stiles questions as well, okay?
Speak into the microphone. It's
Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
careful. Don't, yeah.
That'd be an LI.
You know, it might be easier for you to just sit at your seat instead of wandering the room.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stiles, can you state your name, please?
Larry Stiles, 1227 Independence Boulevard, Sedro-Woolley.
Thank you, Ms. Larry. And how long have you lived in the Skagit Valley community?
Coming up on 30 years.
30 years. So you've seen a lot of traffic in this area, have you not?
Oh, yeah, I've been at the location that I'm in now 22 years, going on 23. And you can see it growing yearly.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, what was your background, if I might ask, Mr. Stiles?
Boat builder.
You're a boat builder?
Commuted from Sedro-Woolley to Anacortes for a long time.
Good. I appreciate you coming here this morning and making a contribution. The hearing examiner appreciates it. Everybody here appreciates it. So Larry, as you were positioned in the lower right there, and you were the creator of this video, what concerns did you have as you were seeing this traffic unfold?
Well, I think the first thing that struck me was not only the car traffic, but you've also got pedestrians and bicycles. I missed the kid on the skateboard that was coming to class, but all forms of transportation, they have enough room unless they're crossing the street. And let me tell you, those folks have got someplace to go. They're a bit aggressive. So it was, I don't know, thrilling to sit there and watch and see, make sure that those kids are looking at those big old trucks and nobody has a collision.
Yeah.
The other thing that strikes me is I know what the speed limit is there, and it looks like nobody else does.
You know what?
It looks like nobody else knows what the speed limit is.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that there were varying degrees of speed. What did you know about the buildup of traffic as they were turning, or did you notice any buildup of traffic as they were turning west on McGarryville and onto Carter?
Well, it's a choke point. And unfortunately, it's one of the crossing spots where pedestrians have to negotiate. The way the road is configured, Carter exits onto McGarryville it's a double pinch point because it has a curve in it that actually makes that a little narrower. And it backs up traffic because people are having to be careful to get through there without hitting anybody.
Yes. Any other comments that you wanted to make, Mr. Stiles?
Just for my own 2 cents, it seems to me that a fairly reasonable and easy fix would be to concentrate on separating the BYK traffic from this traffic. It's almost as if they have to be thought as separate situations. And this situation is really brought to a head because we've got 2 schools there.
Yeah.
And they're not going to go away. I would suggest, figuring out a way to divert the BYK traffic the other direction, heading east towards Fruitdale.
You've got to speak into the microphone.
Thank you, Larry. And I'm just thinking for a moment here. You've answered most of those questions. Would you say you talked about separating the proposed PRD from this traffic? Did you have in mind how to do that?
Well, you can see the bit of a contour that they put in the what I would call the head of Carter as it meets the McGarryville. Something like that, only in reverse. I mean, you have to have easy ingress and egress for emergency vehicles and such. So Jersey barriers,
Yeah.
but just something that will suggest to people coming out of the development that we don't want you to turn left, we want you to turn right.
Right. All right. And thank you. And There's one more concern. Had you given any thought to the scat buses that come down this road? You mentioned that if this development goes in, the ER vehicles would go there. What about scat buses? Do they go up and down the street?
Infrequently, actually, I would like to see more of the buses. The buses takes several people off the road. But no, actually, I have not seen them being in effect one way or the other.
All right. I want to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stiles. It's a pleasure having you as a neighbor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stiles, this is the hearing examiner. Thank you for taking the time to participate. I do not have specific questions related to that testimony, but I am going to turn it to John Coleman to see if the city had any questions. Mr. Coleman?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Stiles.
Okay, and then I'm going to also ask Mr. Woodmansey if the applicant has any questions. And am I saying your name right?
Yes, you are saying my name right. Thanks for asking. I don't have any questions. I believe my traffic consultant, Zach Wieben, is online and who will kind of address our interpretation of Carter Road at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Then I believe we would be finished with Mr. Stiles. Mr. Stiles, thank you again for taking the time. I know it's a strange moment in history we're in, but we do appreciate you taking the time to be a part of today's hearing.
Mr. Examiner, may I call my next witness?
You may. Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Who would be your next witness?
The next witness, I have two people who, if you look at this video, Mr. Examiner, and sitting back, and if you take your first left on McGarrigle, James Johnson and Marilyn Kinney live right in that corner. And I'm going to call Marilyn. Marilyn, move slowly, your examiner, so Mr. Examiner, so she will do her best.
Sure, and I do note I reviewed the letter that Ms. Kinney submitted, so I am aware of that letter and I have reviewed it, but we will hear from Ms. Kinney next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Marilyn, would you state your name?
Marilyn Kinney, and I live at 587 Carter Street, and I know the street.
That Jim Johnson's house?
When we were in the next bid to the city, we got new house numbers and we became a street.
A significant development, huh, Marilyn?
Only on paper.
Mr. Emerson, I'm going to stop you for a moment. I am having trouble hearing her. I don't know where the microphone is positioned or if she is called in, but we need to make sure all of us can hear her. Could you ask your initial question again and have Ms. Kinney introduce herself and make sure she's speaking directly into the microphone or phone, wherever she may be?
Absolutely, and I moved it a little bit forward.
My name is Marilyn Kinney, and I live at 587 Carter Street. And we became a street when we were annexed into the city and got new house numbers, and Carter Road became Carter Street.
Is that better, Mr. Examiner?
That is a little bit better, definitely.
Thank you. So how long have you lived in the community, Marilyn?
Well, I did my early childhood here in Sedro-Woolley. I went to school grades 1 through 6, my family. And then I came back in 99.
Okay. Well, I can tell you it's wonderful to have you as a neighbor, and we've kind of gotten acquainted a little bit as we've looked at the issues here, and it's been enjoyable to exchange ideas with you, James. So as your position there, that's your house.
Yes.
Let's start with safety. You saw those cars coming down, you saw them turn. What is your issue on safety?
Well, since I've moved back to Woolley, and I'm living in a house that was built by my uncle. So I've seen things change as that street has developed. I don't move as fast as I used to anymore. And going to the mailbox has become a challenge. I'm very mindful of the hours that school is in session and when parents are picking up and dropping off their children. So my information is strictly anecdotal. I lived on Capitol Hill for over 20 years, and I never worried about crossing the street in my very busy neighborhood. I do worry about going to the mailbox now. Parents are distracted, they're in a hurry, they're often talking to children in the back seat, they're looking at their phone, and a lot of people drive vehicles that have hoods that are taller than me. And so they're looking maybe straight ahead, but they're not looking down. So I do worry about people not seeing me when I cross the street, and I do listen carefully for traffic and wait till it's passed. There have been times when I've been caught at the mailbox and people start coming around the corner going east on McGargle and making a right-hand turn onto Carter. And I've had people who've kindly waited for me to cross, and I do try to wave them past because traffic starts backing up behind them, and I don't want anyone to be rear-ended. There have been changes on Carter since we've lived there. A lot of the people who were there when we first moved have passed. And so people with families have moved in on the street. So we have one family, at least on our end, that's got some young children. And then we've got some preteens and teens now on the street. And the teens are teens, you know, they're kids. So they're not necessarily paying attention to the vehicles around them. And I do worry about how they're dealing with that, what the plan is for that. There's still some of us who are older people. I know that there's one woman, I'm not sure which house she lives in, who uses a walker and then walks down to McGargle in order to use the sidewalks. So there isn't really any place to go if cars are coming in both directions. There are no center lines. So a lot of times people tend to take their half of the road out of the middle. So that gets to be worrisome. And because our driveway is close to the stop sign, we are very careful about even driving out of our driveway. We have people who are going west on McGargle who make that left-hand turn, and they're making it closer to the stop sign. And we flipped a couple of times where we have people who are at our house and are leaving. We urge them to not back out, to go headlines first out of the driveway. Is that covered?
Thank you, Ms. Kinney. You did an excellent job. And just one last question, if the hearing examiner will allow me. Sure. Students, do you see students on bicycles walking across there? Is that a concern for you with that, especially with that increased traffic?
Yeah, because some, they're kids, they're doing their thing. There are some parents who walk their kids to school, and often they're pushing a stroller, and so they're getting their morning exercise as they're escorting their kids to school. But a lot of kids are now on their own, and I'm not sure how carefully they're paying attention to traffic.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Kinney, and I know you're typically walking, and it is appreciated by everyone here that you appeared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kinney. I myself do not have specific questions, but I'm going to ask Mr. Coleman if the city had any questions for you.
I do not have any questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Woodmansey, any questions from the applicant?
No questions from us. Thank you.
Ms. Kinney, thank you so much for taking the time to be a part of today's hearing. I think we are concluded with your testimony at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to me.
You're welcome. So Mr. Emerson, your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. With your permission, I'll call James Johnson.
James Johnson, okay. And I also received a letter from Mr. Johnson that I had an opportunity to review.
Mr. Johnson, can you tell the court your name, please?
James L. Johnson, 587 Carter Street.
And at this particular location, James, how long have you lived there?
25 years.
25 years. So you've seen a lot of changes in the community over that time.
I have, I might add that I started teaching in Sedro-Woolley in 1984 at the high school. So I've been in Woolley or associated with Woolley for about 36 years.
Thank you. And do I understand correctly that you had the privilege of working with the Planning Commission for a period of time and with the city of Sedro-Woolley?
Yes, I have known John and worked with him for a time.
Yes, thank you. So can we get that video back up, Mr. Chambers, of just where we left off?
Back up here.
So we have a reference point. That's good. So James, again, I appreciate you being here today. We're thinking about the environment. We're thinking about safety. So let's take and with the cars on the road, how it impacts Carter Road, of course, McGarrigle Road. What will be your first thoughts about safety?
Well, we are on, as I think photos show, the video shows, on the southeast corner of Carter and McGarrigle. We get a lot of those cars turning right. I'm going to repeat my wife somewhat, if you don't mind. I do that a lot. We get a lot of cars turning at particular times of the day. We get other people turning onto Carter from McGarrigle. It's a kind of shortcut. They don't have to struggle to get on Highway 9. And I recall some language in a traffic report, one of the papers issued by the traffic consultants that tended to minimize the traffic on Carter Street, as though almost wishful thinking. People will use Fruitdale, people will go to Highway 9. They might as well say that people won't board or that people will simply be nice people. Carter gets a fair amount of traffic. I might add that I was a little bit stunned to read that the level of service on Carter Street would be adequate to 2025. I don't think it's adequate right now. Carter is a substandard street in my view. There are no sidewalks. The margins of the street preclude walking, at least walking comfortably. I'm reminded, if I might, of when my father-in-law used a walker in another part of town. For somebody on a walker, the street was nearly impassable. I would think it's much the same for Carter Street. We don't walk it personally, or if we do, we listen very closely. There's a jog, as you might know, in the middle of Carter. We have had several close calls at that little jog. And of course, there are no fog lines, no center line. People have referred to Carter as a road. It is not a road, it's a city street. And in my view, it's a substandard city street being tasked with more than it can adequately bear.
And just we're in this phase of the appeal hearing this morning. Do you have any sense about emissions?
Well, in all honesty, I do as a general principle, but we're somewhat low from the school. If I might go back and just say, I've looked at some of the documents. I keep seeing the acronym LOS, level of service. And from a traffic consultant's point of view, that's fine. And the data certainly says.
Yeah, I was about to say, anyone that is not me or Mr. Emerson or Mr. Johnson, if you're using your computer, there's a button to mute your microphone, great. Or if you just called in on your phone, if you could in some way, shape, or form attempt to mute it. We are making do as best we can in the situation, but any kind of cross noise or crosstalk is incredibly difficult. So I believe where we were is Mr. Emerson, you were asking Mr. Johnson, the last question was at first about emissions, and then Mr. Johnson, you were talking about level of service, and you had some thoughts on that, and that's kind of where I think we went off the rails.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll try and pick up.
Okay, yeah, someone muted me. Please don't mute me. I am
My bad.
really of importance, but today it is one of those days. So I am going to turn it back to Mr. Johnson, who is going to continue his remarks about level of service.
All right. Level of service seems to me language of a specialist, a traffic specialist. Most of our concern is, personally, is as a pedestrian. And is the pedestrian my safety, my wife's safety, that level of service doesn't speak to. Carter may be able to handle the traffic, but it is not friendly from a personal and pedestrian point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I had one more question. You and I were talking last night, and I asked, a couple days ago, I asked you to review the amended TIA, and you kind of poured over that document about times and applicable, and I can't remember exactly what you said. I bet you can't either, but if you had a thought or two, if not, we'll just let her go.
Well, the only thing I might say in this regard, and maybe Mr. Brockman's letter covered, is activities at the middle school and Evergreen persist into the evenings. And there is activity during the summer at playfields for soccer and other sports. And the Mormon Church contributes a significant amount of travel. One other thing, if I might, could I speak for a moment to the SEPA report?
Is that acceptable, Mr. Examiner?
Yeah, that's fine with me, Mr. Johnson.
On page 10 of the SEPA report, item 10.
Mr. Johnson, I want to be clear on what you're talking about. Is there an exhibit number you can direct me to?
At one point, my wife and I submitted some photos from our backyard.
I think, Mr. Examiner, what Mr. Johnson may have been referring to was the amended TIA where the
he clearly was talking about the SEPA checklist.
Yes.
Is it the checklist that we're talking about? Okay, so the SEPA checklist
is exhibit C13 under the city's information, if that's where we're going.
Right. So I'm going to be looking at
Jim.
I was, as far as I know, and I don't have it in front of me, I was on page 10.
Okay, I am there now, so I'm following you, and we're pulling it up on the screen as well.
All right.
That one?
That's cool.
Item 10.
Item 10 or page 10? Item 10 is aesthetics, and that happens to be on page 10.
Right here, right here,
At the top of the screen there.
aesthetics.
What views in the immediate vicinity would be altered or restricted?
Okay.
I would question Mr. Woodmansey's response. We feel like we have lovely views of Lyman Hill to the northeast, a view of Iron Mountain to the east, and views of Haystack and Little Haystack and the closest range to the southeast. We enjoy those views. They will disappear. And I think my neighbors to the south of us on Carter Street, the jog, enjoy the same views. They will be gone. Mr. Emerson, that concludes my remarks. And thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I had one quick question for you. You mentioned a Mormon church in the area. I don't recall seeing any information about that. Could you just give me a sense of where that is?
It is, I guess, approximately across McGarrigle from Evergreen Elementary.
Okay. Great. Thank you for letting me know that.
May I offer a comment on that, Mr. Examiner?
Sorry, who's speaking now?
Alan Emerson.
Mr. Emerson, hold
the
up.
location of the Mormon church.
We'll get back to that in a sec. I wanted to first see if either the city or Mr. Woodmansey, the applicant, have any questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Coleman, any questions from the city?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, so this part of the hearing is about the appeal of the SEPA determination. So in your appeal, did you mention either the, in any of your appeal documents, did you mention the Mormon church or the aesthetics information that you brought up just in your testimony?
I did not mention the Mormon church. As to the aesthetics on the SEPA list, I cannot recall.
So I'm not seeing it, so I was hoping you could point it out, but we'll leave that up to the hearing examiner.
Thank you. And Mr. Woodmansey, did you have any questions you would like to ask of Mr. Johnson?
No, we don't. I do have one comment. The plans that we have are mostly comprised of single-story plans. So the impact on the view would be potentially less than a two-story.
Okay. Great, thank you. I believe then that would conclude Mr. Johnson's testimony. Is that accurate?
Mr. Examiner, could I speak for a moment?
Yeah, so just to be clear, hold on, Mr. Emerson. So we've concluded with Mr. Johnson. Is that accurate?
Mr. Johnson wanted to know, he had one last addendum, Mr. Examiner, but I realize you have time constraints. Can Mr. Johnson make a response to Mr. Woodmansey's comment?
He can make a very brief response. That's fine.
Thank you.
Only I would invite Mr. Woodmansey to my backyard for a walk around and have him explain how my views would not be impacted even by a single story home. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now, Mr. Emerson, you wanted to make a brief point. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, Mr. Examiner, can you repeat that again?
You wanted to make a brief point before you move to your next witness. Is that accurate?
Just on that screen, I could. As you see that screen there, about 25 yards down going west on McGarrigle, there is a well-attended Mormon church, and it does contribute to the traffic flow on Saturdays or Sundays, I believe. Sundays? Sundays. So that is part of the mix that was not mentioned, but it is certainly part of the mix. Mr. Examiner, with your permission, I'd like to call Linda Emerson.
Okay, Linda Emerson will have as the next witness. Some relation to you, Mr. Emerson?
Daughter.
It's an honor to say she's my wife.
Oh, well, that's very kind. Okay. Yeah, Miss Emerson, thank you for being here. I'll let you guys go ahead and start the questioning.
All right, Linda. How long have you lived in the Sedro-Woolley community?
We have lived in our current house at 1226 McGarrigle for over 40 years.
Okay, 40 years. And you've seen a lot of the traffic grow in that area, I assume?
Definitely. There's been a huge increase with the increase of not only some of the houses that are on Independence that weren't there when we first moved in, but also with the growth of the school enrollment, both Cascade and Evergreen. It's grown to exorbitant proportions. In fact, they are beyond capacity in those two facilities.
What was your, you retired this past September. What did you retire as?
I had worked for the Sedro-Woolley School District for 31 years. I retired as a SLPA, which is a speech language pathology assistant.
Okay, so have you had a chance to see the firsthand traffic that we've depicted so far, both from the drone video and now from the video that depicts the traffic coming west on McGarrigle and turning right on Carter? Have you had a chance to see that?
Definitely, from both a personal aspect of trying to commute between my home and various places, and also I worked for 7 schools within the district for a number of years, and so I would commute back and forth between the different schools, and so I would frequent McGarrigle, going to Evergreen, I would go to Cascade, and then more recently the administrative annex where I was based out of the last few years, so I was constantly commuting on those roads. I would sometimes take McGarrigle Road to head to Lyman School to avoid some of the traffic on 9 and 20.
Okay, very good. So with this increased traffic, do you have a concern for students walking?
Absolutely, not just students, but anyone walking, as Mr. Johnson brought out. There's very heavy traffic. Kids are not being careful, they're not watching, they're not discerning, and there's a lot of cars that are turning and going very fast down McGarrigle. One particular day I remember I was on Carter Street. I was trying to head out to Highway 20. Traffic was backed up about a quarter of the way down Carter Street from Highway 20 because of traffic congestion. And I was sitting there 8 minutes just that one particular morning. So there is a lot of traffic on Carter Street trying to cut through the highway.
So if I may, Linda, so you turn, our house is just a little bit south of what you see on the screen there. You turned left on McGarrigle and you waited 8 minutes approximately on Carter Road. So the head of the traffic on Carter Road was waiting for traffic on SR20, is that correct?
That is correct. I turned left onto Carter Street and then I waited. And it's always, like Mr. Johnson brought out, that curve in the road is always tricky because there's traffic coming both ways. And you have to be very careful. I've almost been hit head on several times just trying to get out of someone's way as they are taking that little neck of the road a bit too fast.
Yeah. So how do you feel if there were no restrictions by the development that's going in and everyone was allowed to turn left, either going straight into the traffic on westbound McGarrigle or turn left from the PRD onto Carter Road, turn left on McGarrigle, the development where it is, if the cars were leaving and they turn left and turn left again on Carter Road, what would that do to the traffic?
It impacted beyond belief. I sometimes have to wait my turn just to turn onto Carter Road leaving McGarrigle because there is so much traffic. It's not like it used to be that it was a quick, easy turn. And as was already brought out, because of the way that the road is constructed, it's a very tight turn. And if there's a large vehicle there, you have to wait for it to pass.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mrs. Emerson. I appreciate your contribution.
Thank you.
If I could have just Mr. Examiner, do you have any questions?
I don't have any specific questions, but I want to give Mr. Coleman an opportunity to see if the city has questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodmansey. Anything from the applicant?
I just would have a quick statement, and that statement would be if you're concerned about Carter Road and its safety, I'm not sure why you're using it, and why wouldn't you just go east on McGarrigle to Fruitdale Road, where Fruitdale Road has a traffic light at Highway 20.
Can I respond to that?
I don't know how helpful this line of is. I'll let you respond, but Mr. Woodmansey, just to be clear on what we're doing, the cross-examination is to ask questions that you think relate to what was testified to.
Okay, I apologize, and I'll just retract that.
Okay, so no need for.
Mr. Examiner, this is Alan again. Linda does have a comment that she would like to make, however, if it's with your permission.
I'll give permission. I don't know how necessary this is. I'll cut you off if need be, but please, Ms. Emerson, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to comment on the ability to get down McGarrigle Road at the time when the schools are letting out. My parents live on John Liner Road, and it is impossible to get across SR9 and go down McGarrigle when Evergreen or Cascade are letting out in the afternoon. As a reason, because traffic is backed up, as I'm sure seen in some of the pictures that we took. It is backed up around the corner onto SR9. And so as a result of that, when I leave my parents' home on John Liner Road, I must go right onto SR9 and then go down Highway 20 and then go up Carter Road to get home. So it isn't just the number of cars, it's also the number of cars that are stopped and idling, and you cannot pass down the road. It's impossible.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Examiner, if I could beg the court's indulgence for just a moment. Linda took a couple of pictures from her car from John Liner Road, and it speaks to the testimony that she just gave. And Mr. Chambers is going to get Exhibit 6 first, if I could.
Yep, these are the Exhibit A6 and A7. I don't think they're showing up very well on the screen,
No.
but I do have hard copies, so I'm familiar with these exhibits.
All right. And Linda, this was taken from your car, can you just explain what's going on?
Well, as you can see, it's difficult, I understand, but the traffic backed up waiting to get into Evergreen Elementary is backed up to SR9. And it isn't in the picture, but if you could see it, it is also backed up on SR9 waiting to turn right onto McGarrigle. It also shows people on SR9 heading south that are waiting to turn left, and they are unable to because traffic is backed up. I have also seen just a little bit north of where this picture was taken from, many times police officers have pulled people over because of speeding, I'm assuming, in that area. So that also adds to the congestion. And this was one particular day where it was backed up and I could not get home. So my thoughts is these poor people who live in this section between SR9 and beyond a little bit of Evergreen School, you can see traffic is blocked both ways. They cannot get home. They cannot leave home during these high peak times. And to think about having more traffic going down this road, it's impossible.
And when you were positioned on your car there, what types of rigs did you see heading down SR9 towards SR20?
Well, of course, there was everything, standard vehicles as well as trucks and the big rigs.
18 wheels?
Yeah, 18-wheelers, a number of them that are coming through at this time too. That's a separate concern on its own, the number of 18-wheelers that are coming down SR9 and contributing to the traffic congestion.
Thank you. And Linda, Mr. Chambers, could you possibly, sir, put up A7? So Linda, this is taken again from your car, and what are we looking at here?
Well, because we could not go down McGarrigle Road to get home, this is where we turned south on SR9 to head to Highway 20. And as you can see, traffic is backed up there as well. There were a number of students that were crossing from Cascade Elementary, and that was a concern as they were not following the guidelines to walk on the sidewalks. They were running, they were playing, they were horsing around. It's a worry that these children are passing with this heavy congestion. And then as we continued, traffic was backed up at the signal.
And would you say, pardon me, when you say you see that truck in front of you, would you say that truck is backed up almost maybe 25 yards from where you would turn on the McGarrigle?
That truck is approximately midway of the administrative annex building for the school district. So I would say it was probably further back than 25 yards.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mrs. Emerson.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have additional witnesses, Mr. Emerson?
I do, Mr. Examiner, and I don't know who's on the phone. Is anybody on the phone? Is there anybody that's called in, gentlemen?
Diane Celeste Weaver is on GoToMeeting.
I think I heard Celeste Weaver.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So she's calling in, Mr. Examiner, via.
Bonnie Billis is also on.
Yeah, we're on GoToMeeting.
Okay,
So
why don't we?
Bonnie Bellis, and so one at a time, people, let's go with maybe Bonnie first. How do you want to proceed, Mr. Examiner?
Same as we've been doing. I do note, I feel fairly confident on what the issues are, and we're trying to avoid highly duplicative testimony, but anything new that these folks can add in addition would be helpful. But we'll proceed with you asking questions of, you said Ms. Bellis would be next.
All right, Ms. Bellis, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Bonnie Bellis.
And Bonnie, where do you live?
I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time hearing you. I can hear the examiner very clearly, so could you repeat the question?
I may have had the mic too close for me, Bonnie. What is your street address?
My address is 1008 McCargill Road.
And so what do you live across from?
I live directly across from the entrance to the Evergreen Elementary parent pickup and drop off and employee parking entrance.
And who are you employed with, Ms. Bellis?
I'm employed with the Sedro-Woolley School District, and specifically I work at Evergreen Elementary School.
So Ms. Bellis and the examiner wanted to keep this as short as possible. I'd like to have you address the issue of safety first, and with the idea that if there were more cars coming down the road, how that would affect you. Well, what are your concerns about safety?
So I have several concerns about safety. The first being that I walk to school every day, being that I live directly across from Evergreen Elementary. There is a crosswalk located directly in front of my home, which I use every morning and every afternoon. It is rare that drivers on McCargill Road stop to allow me to cross, which of course is state law. And several weeks ago, I was nearly hit by a driver on her cell phone, despite the fact I was wearing a yellow safety coat this past winter, so that if I was hit in the crosswalk, the driver would not be able to say they did not see me. We have had, in years past, since we've lived here since 1993, and since moving in, I have reported so many incidents of speeding down McCargill Road to the Sedro-Woolley Police Department, I've lost count. At one point, more than 10 years ago, my husband had access to a speed radar detector just like the police departments, and we even submitted a month's worth of vehicle speeds at various times of the day to the Sedro-Woolley PD. There were a few vehicles that drove down our road at 25 miles an hour, most driving with speeds at 35 and above. And we documented many drivers who drove over the 20-mile-an-hour Evergreen speed zone during drop-off and pickup times. The SCAP buses have been a serious safety concern for students walking on McCargill Road. At one point, I was on a first-name basis with the then director of SCAP because every SCAP bus that came down our road was speeding. I complained nearly every day about the speed of the SCAP buses to the director. I kept all of my records, and my final conversation with the SCAT director at that time was, when one of your drivers hits and kills a student on my road, I will turn all of my records over to that parent.
Okay.
At the end of our road, at the west end of McCargill, it's been unsafe for years, and it's only worsened with the move of Cascade Middle School's entrance to McCargill Road. I have personally contacted the Washington State Department of Transportation on at least 2 occasions about putting in a traffic light at the intersection of McCargill and Township for the safety of students and drivers, but was dismissed because we do not meet the constant heavy traffic safety guidelines. However, I have worked as a substitute for the Sedro-Woolley School District as the student safety crossing guard at the end of McCargill Road in Township. One day I was nearly hit twice in the crosswalk with the safety flag out while I was attempting to cross students from the south corner of John Liner to the south corner of McCargill Road. As a result of my experiences at that location, I have not worked in that position since because it is so unsafe. Then there are the drivers who come to a stop at the end of McCargill Road and John Liner, located directly across from Township, across Township from McCargill Road, who do not understand the driving rules in Washington State. Drivers turning left are supposed to yield to oncoming traffic. It does not matter who gets to the intersection first. However, because no one follows the law, drivers pull out when it is not their turn, wave other drivers on when it is their turn, and drivers sit and wait forever because they do not know it is their turn to go. Additionally, drivers waiting to turn left at the west end of McCargill Road or cross Township to John Liner have other drivers who sneak up on their right where there is supposed to only be one lane of traffic to turn north on Township. If you refer to the aerial footage taken by my son, Colin Bellis, you will see how far past the stop line drivers must pull in order to see safely to pull out onto Township Street going either north or south. As a result, drivers are literally stopped in the middle of the crosswalk and students are being flagged between cars to cross from the south corner of McCargill Road to the north corner of McCargill Road while walking home. I've also gone to the city of Sedro-Woolley on multiple occasions to voice my concerns about the foliage located at the homes on the south and north corners of Township and McCargill Road, which block drivers' views. There have been multiple accidents at the intersection of McCargill Road and Township over the years. Adding another 85 vehicles to McCargill Road on this end will only place the current residents in our area and our students at greater risk, and ask that you reconsider your initial decision, Mr. Examiner. Addressing what Linda Emerson stated about she doesn't know what families like ours do. We literally don't leave our driveways during drop-off and pickup times for either school. We avoid it at all costs. We pretty much stay home.
Okay, Bonnie, your testimony has been outstanding, and I just have one last question for you, if the examiner will allow. If we've got an 85 home development that's proposed to go in, if they were freely allowed to turn left on McGarrigle, would that add to this problem on Carter Road and the west end of McGarrigle Road?
Oh, it would greatly increase the traffic on this section of our road, which is already congested. And I am severely concerned about the safety of our students who attend Evergreen Elementary and walk these streets every day.
Thank you, Ms. Bellis. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bellis. Mr. Coleman, does the city have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
And Mr. Woodmansey, any questions related to that testimony?
No questions.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Bellis. To be clear, I have not made any sort of decision related to either this application or the SEPA determination. That was a decision made by planning staff. That is, of course, what is being appealed, and I will ultimately make a decision, but just wanted to clarify that based on what I just heard. I have yet to produce any sort of ruling or decision related to this appeal, okay?
Okay, thank you. I didn't have that understanding. I appreciate the clarification.
No problem. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Mr. Emerson, I think we can move on to your next witness then.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I believe the next witness on there is Celeste Weaver. Is that correct, Celeste?
Yes, that's true.
So
Great.
Celeste, I think you're to be sworn in, or are you?
I'm treating everyone as sworn in unless someone themselves objects. So no objection there, Ms. Weaver. We're treating you as sworn in, and I thank you for taking the time to be a part of this process.
Perfect. And I won't take much time because Bonnie Bellis just very, very dramatically expressed everything I feel, as did Jim Johnson and Marilyn and previous people.
Celeste, if I could just, and I apologize, and I thank you so much for being here. Could you just state your name and address, please, for the record?
Sure. Diane Celeste Weaver, 1216 Independence Boulevard, Sedro-Woolley.
And how long have you lived in that area, Celeste?
22 years.
And what is your current profession?
So I'm a teacher at both Cascade Middle School and Samish Elementary School up Highway 9. And so I also have the issue about the trucks coming down Highway 9, but that's not relevant. So the only thing I only have two things to add to what Bonnie said. One is that the Mormon Church does have classes in the morning and it gets out in time to go to the high school. It's for high schoolers. So that is more traffic, not just on Sunday. And my other thing is that I was not, as Bonnie pointed out, I was not able to turn, or Linda, I was not able to turn left coming home from Samish south on Highway 9 because of the lineup of cars going down McGargle. So those are, everything else I had to say has already been stated.
So Celeste, I just have a couple of questions for you, and I know the examiner wants me to be brief, and so I'll do my very best. If on that development that's proposed, PRD, if they were allowed to turn freely from the completed development freely on Miracle Road and freely on the Carter Road or proceeding down McGarrigle, would that impact traffic both on Carter Road and McGarrigle Road?
I can't imagine that it would not. If we're adding 85 to 160 new cars, I can't imagine what that's even going to look like.
And so would the safety of the students, both walking and riding bikes, be put at a greater risk?
Yes, it's already scary enough, and it would get much more scary to me because There's some kindergartners, there's kids on bikes, there's kids that aren't paying attention. There's just one crossing guard, and, you know, they're crossing a state highway, and it's just scary enough as is. There's moms pushing strollers, there's little toddlers, and adding more cars is something I don't even want to think about, actually.
Thank you, Mrs. Weaver, and we appreciate your years of service with the Sedro-Woolley School District. And thank you for your time this morning. I know you're busy. I understand your husband's not feeling well, so give him our very best from us, will you?
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. You're very kind.
Ms. Weaver, thank you. I know what a monster I was in elementary school. I consider all elementary school teachers saints, so thank you for being here today electronically. I do want to ask if the city had any specific questions for you.
I do not.
Okay, and Mr. Woodmansey, any questions for this witness?
I do not.
Thank you. I would like to point out, I think Ms. Weaver's approach to testimony was perfect. If you do have additional witnesses, Mr. Emerson, and they agree with what they heard previously, they can start by stating that, and then they can sort of augment. But that was an excellent approach that will get us through this in a timely manner. So I thank you very much, Ms. Weaver, and I believe that will conclude her portion of the testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I don't know if I have one more person on the line. If it is, it would be Maggie Miller, and I don't know if Maggie's on the line. She's not on the line. Okay. All right. Okay. So from the appellant's point of view, I'd like to with the.
Sorry, I'm getting crosstalk. Let me stop here for a sec. I just want to be sure there are no other folks on the line that were listed as potential appellant witnesses. If you were someone that thought they were an appellant witness and you're on the line, please let us know now.
That's quiet. Mr. Examiner, I think we're trying to determine that.
Yep.
I heard Maggie earlier and she went mute.
These are, anyone else on the line is muted by their own choice.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Larry Stiles said that Maggie Miller wanted to speak just very briefly on the environmental issues, and he's getting her back on the line.
They've got themselves muted.
And while we're waiting to hopefully get Maggie Miller on the line, the only other people I had listed potentially, I had a Bob Mattia. Do we know anything about Mr. Mattia, Mr. Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Mr. Mattia had a physician's appointment today and regrets he couldn't be here.
Okay, I did receive, I believe, a letter from him, so I did have an opportunity to review that.
Thank you, sir.
And then Colin Bellis, who I believe was Bonnie's son, was listed as a potential witness, but I assume we're not hearing from Colin. Is that accurate?
I didn't bring Colin in. I thought maybe it might be necessary for him to identify. Provide more identification for the drone, and I see as how this has gone forward that it's not necessary to have Colin testify.
Okay, so then we'll wait and hopefully get a hold of Maggie Miller and and then I'll let you make any remarks as a witness that you wanted to make, and that I believe would then wrap up the appellant witnesses. Is that right, Mr. Emerson?
I think so. Yes, that is correct. I have a few things I want to read from Mr. Examiner, and I'm not sure is.
I can probably speak.
Okay.
No.
No. Okay. Can't do it. All right. So we're not going to be able to have Maggie Miller here today. So I think that will conclude all of the people that, with the exception of myself, that are commenting today.
Okay, let me stop for 1 second, Mr. Emerson. So because of the sort of extraordinary nature of the circumstances, it was clear that Mr. Brockman could not participate, and I know you were concerned about that. My thinking was that I would leave the record open to allow Mr. Brockman to submit a comment, sort of testimony he planned on submitting, and I'd be willing to let Ms. Miller and Mr. Mattia do that. The city and the applicant may object. I'll give them that opportunity, but that would be what my plan currently is. So I assume you have no issue with that. Is that accurate, Mr. Emerson?
No, and I express to you on behalf of all the appellants our appreciation for allowing the superintendent of public schools. He wanted to be here. He has been part of working with the appellate process, expressing his concerns for his students. So you will allow him to write a letter, or a letter, is that correct?
So my plan would be I would allow Mr. Emerson, Maggie Miller, and Bob Mattia, your three witnesses that were unable to partake in this sort of strange process we're using today, to submit written comments by the end of the day this Friday. And
so are you including, did you include, sorry, did you include me in that?
No, I'm going to hear from you today, Mr. Emerson. So this would just be for Mr.
So I appreciate that. And so you needed to have them submitted to Catherine here with the City Hall by close of the day on Friday. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say 4 o'clock on Friday, and Ms. Ware will make sure that I get a copy of those comments. And that the city and applicant get a copy. So now I assume you're okay with this process. Is that accurate, Mr. Emerson?
Mr. Examiner, it's very generous, and I thank you for doing that.
Okay, now I want to give the city and the applicant an opportunity to object to this process, because that's how this works. Mr. Coleman, your thoughts on my suggested process?
I think I should jump in on behalf of Mr. Coleman and say that while I do understand that this is
Sorry, who is this?
This is Nikki Thompson, City's Council.
Thank you. So City Attorney Nikki Thompson, please.
So while this is a completely unprecedented situation, I do think that procedurally I have to object, because the law very clearly allows for a single open record hearing. And typically speaking, of course, the record closes after the hearing examiner's the public hearing in front of the hearing examiner. So procedurally, I'm just not sure that the city can consent to that.
Sure, I understand the objection. I am going to go ahead and overrule that objection, because I believe given circumstances, if someone thinks I'm messing up by allowing this, I'll go ahead and be in the wrong, and I'm willing to die on that hill. So I do understand the city's objection, and it will be noted for the record. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Woodmansey, does the applicant object to this process?
I don't know what it does to the timeline, but I would object, and my case for the objection, I guess, would be that, we had every opportunity to submit written statements that would have been a part of this hearing, and if Mr. Brockman chose not to to write a written statement in lieu of being on the call, then in my opinion, he's electing to not participate. So that would be my opinion.
To be clear, I believe he was going to participate, and in light of the governor's order at approximately 6 p.m. last night, that's what changed. So I think it was sort of a last-minute change. I do note the applicant's objection. I'm going to go ahead and make an oral ruling that I will allow those additional written comments just from the 3 folks I named that were unable to participate to submit those comments by 4 p.m. on Friday. The effect on my decision being issued will be negligible, but the record will then close as of the 27th.
As a point of clarification, this is John Coleman.
Yeah, Mr. Coleman, hard to hear you if you can speak real close to a microphone.
So point of clarification, this will not, keeping the record open until Friday for those 3 individuals will not change the determination timeline?
It does. The timeline, the record will close on 3/27, and my decision will issue within 10 business days from that point.
This is the appellant, Mr. Examiner. We thank you very much, and I know everyone's time is valuable here, sir, and I just have a few comments to close, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. I was looking at, Mr. Examiner, I was looking at RCW 43-2, and I'm quoting Mr. Examiner on page 2 of the appellant's appeal letter, RCW 4321C.010. And it reads as follows. The purpose of this chapter are 1, to declare a state policy which will encourage productive and enjoyable harmony between humankind and the environment. Number 2, to promote efforts which will prevent or eliminate damage to the environment and biosphere. And 3, to stimulate the health and welfare of human beings. And 4, to enrich the understanding of the ecological systems and natural resources important to the state and nation. And so I felt that was important because safety, environmental issues are very important here. And in that, on page 2 of my appeal letter, Mr. Examiner, I have a website. It's in the first paragraph. And I quoted from that website, if I may. It says, there is therefore a constant idling, and this the website had to do with, it's issued by EPA out of Colorado, and their guidelines. And going into paragraph 3 on page 2 of our appeal document, there is therefore a constant daily idling of vehicles that the TIA, Gibson TIA, fails to address in accordance with RCW 4321C.010, para 2, para 3. And there is a quote from the website I cited in paragraph 1, and here's the quote, Mr. Examiner. Idling vehicles contribute to air pollution and emit air toxins, which are pollutants known or suspected to cause cancer or other serious health effects. Monitoring at schools has shown elevated levels of benzene, formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, and other air toxins during the afternoon hour, coinciding with the parents picking up their children. Children's lungs are still developing. When they are exposed to elevated levels of these pollutants, children have an increased risk of developing asthma, respiratory problems, and other adverse health effects. Limiting a vehicle's idling time can dramatically reduce these pollutants and exposure to them. So we are certainly concerned about safety. We are certainly concerned about the environment. And I wanted to move to the last paragraph of that, the appellant's appeal document, if I may.
You may.
And I quote, third paragraph down, in conclusion, we find that the TIA authored by Gibson Traffic Consultants has erred in that the land use decision is, quote, not supported by evidence that is substantial when viewed in light of the whole record before the court. And we reference RCW 36.70C.130, para 1, para C. And this is the important point. This is the conclusion of my comments, Mr. Examiner. The standard is whether evidence is sufficient to persuade a fair-minded person that the declared premise is true. It is therefore respectfully requested that and I'm going to adjusting my words here, but that the TIA be closely looked at to see if these environmental issues have been correctly addressed. We are very concerned, Mr. Examiner, about cars turning left from this proposed development, just without any restrictions on time. We're concerned about all the other traffic issues, safety issues for the various residents and for our students. And I did have one more video, but we're in the sake of time and for the city and the applicants, I won't have time to do that. But that video was taken from John Liner Road from 3:15 to 4 o'clock, and it showed 18-wheelers hitting down 9 cars, unable to turn left on McGarrigle because the traffic was backed up clear to 9, and the westbound traffic on McGarrigle not being able to move because of the heavy traffic on SR9 with the 18-wheelers. So I want to thank you, Mr. Examiner, for allowing this to go forward, and the people that the appellants that participated. I thought they stated their case very well, and Mr. Examiner, we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. To be clear, the video you just discussed, that was provided to me as A4. Is that accurate?
Is that right, Bill?
I
It's the first one.
can't tell you.
It should. One moment, Mr. Examiner. So, Alan, you can look through your records. You don't need to look at our computer screen.
And to be clear, it's one of the videos you provided me is my question. It's not some new video that I'm unaware of.
Correct. It is A4, Mr.
Which one? There are
Okay.
two. There are two there.
It's okay. I just wanted to really clarify that it was one of the videos in the record that I've reviewed.
It is, and thank you, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Emerson, it's strange, but you have technically also been serving in the role of a witness. I just need to make sure the city and the applicant don't have any specific questions for you in your role as a witness. Mr. Coleman, did you have any questions for Mr. Emerson?
No.
And Mr. Woodmansey, any questions for Mr. Emerson?
Yes, I do. And let me remind you, you're under oath, Mr. Emerson.
And this should only relate to things that he has testified to.
Okay, well, I'll let you decide if this question is relevant or not.
Okay.
Did Superintendent Brockman specifically tell you that he was planning on being a present witness in this appeal hearing?
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Woodmansey.
Okay.
Anything further?
Until the governor issued the order about 5:40 late yesterday afternoon, and that created an emergency situation that prevented the superintendent from being here because he immediately had to put other emergency demands in effect since he is the superintendent.
And did he contact you and tell you that?
He did.
He did, yes.
Okay. No further questions from me.
Great, thank you. So then I believe that concludes the appellant's witnesses. Next, per the pre-hearing order that I issued, we'd be hearing from city witnesses. Mr. Coleman, I believe you'll be directing that approach. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I'll be using assistance from our Public Works Department. We've listed Mark Freiberger and David Lee. Mark Freiberger is Public Works Director, David Lee is the city engineer, and Andrew Britland for the DSI will be giving expert testimony on the reports.
Okay, so how did you have opening remarks or did you want to dive right in, Mr. Coleman?
I have kind of a question of clarification. So there's lots of things that were brought up that may or may not have been, in the testimony that may or may not have been brought up in the appeal document. And I don't know how to address those additional things. I feel like they're outside of what the appeal.
I'll break in and tell you that I will not, in my decision, be addressing matters that were outside of the scope of the appeal itself.
Okay. So, Mark, would you like to Mark or David, leave that up to one of you to address the specific questions related to the traffic? The questioning of the appeal said that there was improper, that the traffic analysis was not done correctly. Would you like to address that, or should any of that, or should I pass it over to Andrew for his expert testimony? Mark is approaching the podium.
I got lost there. Where are we at, Mr. Coleman? What's going on?
So Mark Freiberger is going to speak in general about the transportation impact study that was provided, the one that the appellant is saying ostensibly was inadequate.
Okay, so this is Mark Freiberger, the city's Director of Public Works. Is that accurate?
Mark Freiberger, Director of Public Works. I just wanted to give a little background as to the traffic studies and the decisions that David and I were involved with on reviewing those. We received the original Gibson traffic study during the process of the project submittals. Because of the sensitivity of the issues on the street, which we were aware of, we required the developer to engage or pay for a second peer review of that study. We had that done by our consultant who does those things for us, Transportation Solutions, Inc., TSI. We also, a little later in the process, we've been working on a corridor study in the region, which includes a new east-west arterial that starts at the intersection of Highway 9 and John Liner Road, which is the opposite side of the intersection from McGarrigle. And as a part of that study, we looked at that particular intersection and the one at Highway 9 and Highway 20 in particular, in terms of possible impacts from both the BYK development and several others that were looming in the city at the time. And so we had a regional study done for those intersections, considering not just this particular development, but several others that we were anticipating moving forward in the next few years. So there was that additional study done in addition to these. So TSI did that study as well. And basically, I'll let Andrew Brockley and TSI address those things, but our understanding was in reviewing those that they felt that the assumptions and the conclusions of the Gibson traffic study were in fact correct, and that's the basis that Public Works used in our own review of the project's transportation impacts. That's pretty much all I had to share about that. Dave is shaking his head if he has anything else to add, and so I'll leave it now with John and Andrew to go forward.
Well, hold on one sec there, Mr. Freiberger. So,
Okay.
Mr. Coleman, did you have specific questions for Mr. Freiberger based on that?
I do have some specific questions for Mr. Freiberger that aren't related to the TIA, but related to some of the comments and some clarification that would be useful for the hearing examiner and the other people in the room.
Yep.
So some of the testimony that was provided talked about the safety concern of students and pedestrians using McGarrett Road. So, Mark, if you could please describe the bicycle pedestrian facilities on McGarrett Road.
So McGarrett Road was designed and rebuilt in the period of 2008 and 2009 to address specifically both the arterial nature of McGarrett Road, the existing traffic conditions at that time and projected traffic conditions. In fact, TSI was the firm that prepared the traffic analysis for the design of that project in 2007 and 8. That was the time of the design. Construction started in 2008, completed in 2009. We ended up, as a part of that design, we added a shared use path on the north side of McGarrett all the way from Fruitdale to Highway 9, and then we improved the pedestrian facilities on Highway 9 in the vicinity, which was the first of several subsequent projects that have extended the pedestrian facilities on the west side of Highway 9 for most of the city's length now at this point, starting at Highway 20 all the way to the north. And then on McGarrett, we also added a 6-foot sidewalk on the south side for the entire length of McGarrett, and that continued to Fruitdale Road to the east and tying back to Highway 20 there. With the subsequent project, we've now looped those improvements all the way around on Highway 20, Fruitdale to McGarrett and back to Highway 9. We feel that the pedestrian improvements are pretty solid in that vicinity. As was mentioned by one of the appellant's witnesses, there is a crosswalk directly across from the Evergreen Middle School. We, in the last year, have done some improvements at the Highway 9 McGarrett intersection to put in a pedestrian actuated flashing beacon to supplement the crossing guard that the school district does assign to that location for both the morning and evening times. So in terms of safety, things that you can do from an engineering perspective, we believe that we've done what we could on that. We do agree it's a busy intersection or busy vicinity because of the schools. And the corridor study that I mentioned earlier that we're working on has identified improvements to the intersection of Highway 9 and John Liner and McGarrett as a priority for the city. And I'm sure you'll hear from Mr. Brocklin that they relied on the city's plans for improvements to that intersection in the corridor as a part of their level of service analysis, which they were completely proper to do. So that's kind of in a nutshell that answered most of what you say. And I would say that the intersection improvements are being looked at right now, and we do anticipate those being funded and constructed in the new next few years.
So to clarify, the intersection improvements that you're referring to, Mr. Freiberger, are intersection improvements at State Route 9, also known as Township Street, with McGarrigle Road.
Correct. The other streets that I mentioned already have the improvements on them. We don't anticipate any further improvements on McGarrigle, Fruitdale, Highway 20, or Highway 9 in the vicinity other than the intersection improvements themselves. To the west, on John Weiner Road, the corridor adds similar improvements to what are present on McGarrigle 9 to the west, extending all the way out to near the city limits on the west side of the city.
There was also some testimony about foliage at the corner, particularly at the north and south corners of McGarrigle Road on the east side of the street that were affecting the vehicle's ability to see when approaching that intersection. The Public Works Department has been working on that issue already.
Yes, we over the years have approached that a number of times. There are two corners in particular that are a problem. The southeast corner, which had some large cedar trees and a large rhododendron bush, and then the northwest corner, which has a series of rhododendrons. I'm not sure. Arbor vitae is the name of it. They're basically a cypress type tree, columnar tree that do cause some site issues for those park or that pull up to the stop bar. We have worked with both of the owners there. One has cooperated, and we've trimmed extensively at the southeast corner. We've trimmed extensively there at that location, which helped quite a little bit with the issue that was identified during the appellant's testimony. The northwest, we're still working on that. The owner of that is not cooperating at this point, and we're anticipating to go further. We would have to take enforcement action. But also, David Lee, our city engineer, has looked at that from a site distance perspective. The presence of the stop bar being back from the intersection as far as it is driven by the geometric considerations of the intersection. There is no reason that people cannot drift across the stop bar to improve their vision at the intersection. That's entirely permissible for someone to do that. It does put them across the crosswalk, as has been pointed out, so it does create some issues that way. But in terms of to be able to safely make the turns, a person can pull forward far enough to see up and down the intersection to make a turn without turning into oncoming traffic. It's not ideal, but it's recognized to be as just part of the reality of geometrics on intersections. That's something that's also to be taken into account. Now, that it doesn't mean that we're not still looking at doing additional clearing at the intersection as we can. And as I mentioned, we already have done the southeast corner. The northwest is the subject of continuing action on our part.
Are there any specific questions you would like to ask Mr. Andrew Breland, or do you want me to ask questions directly to Andrew?
I think I'll leave that up to you. If you need me to supplement, I'll be glad to do that later on. Mr. Bradley is quite familiar with this as part of the discussion.
Okay.
Okay, where are we at then, Mr. Coleman? What just happened there?
So Mark just addressed some of the questions that I had that were coming to address some of the testimony earlier, and now I'd like to bring in Mr. Bradley.
Okay, First, though, the way we're going to do this with each witness is once you've concluded your questions, I'm going to give Mr. Woodmansey an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and then Mr. Emerson has an opportunity as well.
As a point of clarification, because of Mark's position as staff and public works director, will there be opportunity for him to address any further questions that may come up?
Yeah, if needed, we could have him sort of provide rebuttal testimony. If maybe that's a weird way to phrase it, but at the end. But like I said, you know, we're going to try to move in a expeditious and you know, logical manner. And the way we'll do that is we'll hear from one witness, we'll hear cross-examination, and then we'll move on to the next witness, just like we did with the appellant witnesses. Okay?
Okay.
So now, did that then conclude your questions for Mr. Freiberger?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Woodmansey, did you have specific questions for this witness?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Emerson, did you have specific questions for Mr. Freiberger based on what he has testified to?
Good morning, Mark. I've had the pleasure of you assisting the community and being a part of that, and you do an extraordinary job, and it's a pleasure to know you. I appreciate the long-range plans that you laid out, but I don't see an answer, Mark, for what you laid out in reference to the traffic that's going to be leaving that proposed PRD, and if all turns left, unless there's some sign up there or some sort of control, it's going to add to it's going to aggravate the situation.
Mr. Emerson, I'm going to stop you. The way we're going to do this is if you have a specific question, ask it as a question, but what you just provided was more of sort of your testimony as opposed to a specific question for Mr. Freiberger. So I'll give you another opportunity to try to phrase whatever it is you're trying to phrase as a succinct question that can then be answered by Mr. Freiberger, okay?
Thanks, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So this will be in the form of a question, Mark. The improvements that you just proposed, how do they help affect the traffic on Carter Road and the west end of McGarville?
What we're governed by in our review of developments such as this and dealing just with the normal traffic growth that we experience in a growing community like Sedro-Woolley is level of service, and that term's been bandied about quite a little bit during earlier parts of this discussion. So that's the reason for requiring the traffic studies provided by the developer, and for the peer review that we had done, and then in this case, actually going another step and doing the region-wide traffic look that I mentioned earlier comments. So that's, as engineers, and both David Lee and I are also professional engineers, that's how we look at the traffic impacts of plans and allow for future improvements to our road system is based on that. It's the scientific basis that we go by. We make our decisions on the standards that are set in the city's comprehensive plan for level of service. If a development does not adversely affect our level of service below the minimums that we have, then we have no basis for stopping the development, certainly, but and then we also have a traffic impact fee system in the city that developments such as this contribute to a certain amount of fees per vehicle trip that we're defined in that they actually contribute to improvements such as I mentioned. And in fact, that's a necessary part of what we do. If you didn't have some growth to support these things, we would never see any improvement to our road system. So I know it's a little difficult for the public to understand, but the impact fees that this development will contribute to our city funds will allow us then to build the improvements that we know are already necessary. And Mr. Brotman will probably speak to this. We've already identified the fact that we've got a problem at that intersection that's been talked about in terms of the intersection itself. And so absent improvements, absent impact fees coming in, the city would literally have no way to fund the future improvements that we already know are necessary. So there's a real balancing act here that we have to do to make these things work. We've seen significant improvements out there in that vicinity that we talked about earlier in 08-09 and subsequent projects that have happened. And our impact fee funds have contributed to many of those projects being able to move forward. If growth simply ceased in the city, our improvements would be severely impaired. We would be looking then at needing to do things like local improvement districts, this kind of things to fund or putting the burden more on existing taxpayers rather than allowing for the growth that we're already seeing. Growth consists of both the internal things that are happening, such as the BYK development, but we're also impacted by growth outside of the city that brings through traffic through the city on the state routes, in particular 20 and 9. So that's the basis for our balancing act and our looking at projects and doing the planning that I talked about. Really looks at development and impact fees as one component of how we make all of these things happen.
May I ask another question, Mr. Examiner?
Yes, Mr. Emerson. Are we still there? I believe Mr. Emerson was going to ask another question of Mr. Freiberger.
Yes, Mark, I just have a couple of questions. Number one, you would agree that increased traffic heading west, either turning onto Carter Road or going straight to McGarrett would have an impact on the existing traffic there. Would you agree with that?
Well, traffic certainly always has an impact. And our decision making is it an unacceptable impact? And that's determined by level of service analysis. So I'll let Mr. Brockman speak to his specific findings on this project because we relied on his peer review in addition to the original Gibson traffic study and our conclusion on whether this project would have to take any extraordinary measures beyond what they already have to do with the impact fees that I mentioned.
Thank you, and I'll mention that to Mr. Brockman. He submits that supplemental letter. Can you tell us a little bit more, please, what the impact fees are that are associated with this PRD?
Well, there's 85 units there. There would be single-family residences for the most part. Those fees are 24 or 7, something like that per vehicle trip. So I don't have the math in my head.
Okay.
It's a fairly significant number.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any further questions. I thank Mark.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Freiberger. Mr. Coleman, again, noting we might need to hear again from Mr. Freiberger based on further testimony we hear. But for the moment, that then concludes Mr. Freiberger's testimony. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. Is Mr. Lee next, or was it Mr. Bratling?
Let's go with Mr. Bratling.
Okay, so we'll hear from, this is Andrew Bratling of TSI, or Transportation Solutions, Inc., the city's third-party reviewer in relation to traffic. Is that right?
Hi, yes. Can everybody hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. I hope everyone else does as well. John, can you hear him okay?
Yes, we can hear him well in the chamber.
Great.
Wonderful. Okay. I'll let you take the lead in asking questions. And again, when you're done, I'll then turn it over to the applicant and the appellant to ask any additional questions. So, Mr. Coleman, please proceed with any questions you have for this witness.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Bratley, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name accurately.
Yeah, that's close enough. Yeah.
Thank you. You work for TSI, and TSI was asked to do a third-party review of the Gibson traffic analysis for the 85-lot planned residential development on McGarreville Road. That's correct, right?
Yes.
So that third-party review, you looked at, you reviewed the document for its accuracy to assure that it had sound methodology used. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And according to the summary that you provided, the Gibson traffic report was accurate, and you had no concerns about its anything in the report. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
The traffic impact, the appeal, and some of the comments from the appellants have referred to Carter Road. Carter Road is a local collector street, and can you explain how it was reviewed in layman's terms, please?
Can you say that question again?
Some of the concerns that we've heard have related to Carter Street. Was Carter addressed in the Gibson traffic report?
Yes, I believe it was. I'm just looking back at, actually, I'm getting my exhibits a little bit confused here. I was actually looking at the response letter, exhibit B1.
Have you had a chance to review B1?
It was addressed in B1.
Yeah. Okay.
And let me stop for a sec. I just want to make sure we're all very clear. So Mr. Coleman's initial question, I believe, related to the initial traffic study that was prepared by Gibson, which I have in several places, but I'm going to go ahead and call it C15, and that's dated September 2019. And the question was whether Carter Road was specifically addressed in that study, but now I believe you're talking about a later memorandum that was prepared, which is provided as B1. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll let you keep going. So Mr. Brownlee, I believe you were just speaking to now Exhibit B1, the supplemental memorandum dated Valentine's Day 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll quit interrupting. Please proceed.
Well, actually, so the Gibson traffic report was done by the appellant or by the applicant. So those questions should probably be directed to that, to that author rather than the third-party reviewer. So we seem to be a little out of order with the city now presenting ahead of the applicant. So I'll have to let them address those questions and maybe have any questions further when they're there. When Gibson gives testimony.
Okay. To be clear though, Mr. Coleman, I believe you did ask a question of this exhibit just now to Mr. Bradley, and you asked whether he had an opportunity to review this supplemental memorandum. You know, I'll ask the question then. If so, can you speak to your review of the supplemental memorandum, Mr. Bradley?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I had a chance to review the supplemental memorandum. I had no objection to it. I reviewed it late yesterday afternoon and found no objection to it.
Can you explain what you mean by no objection to it?
I from a traffic operations and safety analysis perspective, I don't disagree with the use of the 4 to 6 p.m. Peak period, for example, in terms of analyzing the worst 4 consecutive 15-minute intervals of a given day. That's pretty standard practice. I could go through the 8 points there. I think Gibson and their folks would be probably more suited to that, but methodologically, I had no issue with what they had described there.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, did you have other questions for this witness?
No.
You cut out on me there, Mr. Coleman.
No, we have no further questions for Mr. Bradley.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Woodmansey, does the applicant have any questions for this witness?
I don't have any personal questions, but I'm going to ask my traffic consultant, Zach, to lean on him to see if he has any questions for.
Okay.
Yep. Please turn.
No, I don't at this time.
Okay, then finally, Mr. Emerson, do you have any specific questions for this witness?
I do.
Okay.
I'm looking at the February 14th memorandum. On point number 1, it says use of 4 to 6 p.m. as the peak period analysis. And it goes on to say specifically the letter identifies the school pickup and drop off times when McGarrigle is most congested. My question for you, sir, is do you feel the peak, the pickup and drop off times are reflected in the 4 to 6 p.m. timeframe?
Specifically to that question, it doesn't appear that 4 to 6 captures the pickup time frame or the drop off.
So your answer was it does not reflect the true pickup or drop off times as brought out in other documents?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to direct you to point number 8, conditions of Carter Road. Did you address access to Carter Road, sir?
In what way, or could you rephrase the question?
So I might need to clarify. So Andrew Bradley did not write the Gibson report. He reviewed it.
Well, I did. May I rephrase my question, Mr. Examiner?
You may. I was about to do the same. So right now we're speaking to Mr. Bratling of Transportation Solutions, Inc., the city's third-party reviewer who reviewed Exhibit B1, but did not himself prepare that. We will hear from Mr. Wieben, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sure I'll be told later. But based on that, I'll let you now ask any questions based on that understanding, Mr. Emerson.
So do you want me to rephrase and go on to a different question for this gentleman, Mr. Examiner?
However you'd like to proceed, please.
All right, well, some questions are better designed for other people. I agree with that, Mr. Examiner. So, sir, do you agree with this report? Do you think it's accurate?
Per my letter exhibit, I'm getting my exhibits mixed up, but in the October 4th memo from me, exhibit C16, that kind of described my findings upon reviewing the TIA. And after reviewing memo February 14th, exhibit B1, I also agreed with the substance of that. So I had no problems with the methodology of the analysis.
All right. And so in agreeing with that, you agree with point number 1 on use of 4 to 6 p.m., et cetera. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And on number 8, conditions of Carter Road, do you address the conditions of Carter Road, but I have a second auxiliary question, and it's not best to address this to you. I apologize, sir. Did you address access to Carter Road?
Well, the scope of our TIA and concurrency review was to identify any significant adverse impacts associated with the development, or more specifically to review the analysis that Gibson had performed. And in review of their analysis, we also found no reason to no significant impact associated with the development on Carter Road.
Okay, so if I could interpret that, and I apologize, sir, if I have misquoted you. You were focusing on the conditions of Carter Road. Is that correct?
We focused on the project impacts to transportation facilities, so that would include Carter Road.
But you did not focus on access to Carter Road.
There's no identified access LOS requirement, and so that wasn't part of our analysis.
Okay, thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, based on that, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Bradley at this time, or can he sign off?
I have no questions for him, but I do have a clarifying point about, well, maybe I'll direct this to him. Mr. Bradley, in page 2, the analysis of the page 2 of exhibit B1, which addresses the 4 to 6 p.m. peak hour period. I feel like the applicant is concerned about using 4 to 6 instead of the timeline used for when the school peak period. But in page 2, in the 3rd paragraph, it says the total intersection volume at the highest hour in that peak period from 2:45 to 3:45 was 794 vehicles, which is similar to the 804 total intersection volume used in the TIA for the 4 to 5 peak hour. So this confirms that the analysis of the 4 to 6 p.m. peak period was appropriate. So what we understand is, and correct me if I have this wrong, that the 4 to 5 p.m. peak hour figures that were used by Gibson were 804 total intersection volume, while the measured peak period 2:45 to 3:45 was 794. So therefore, using the 4 to 6 p.m., the 4 to 5 p.m. peak hour is actually using a higher metric than what the actual measured or estimated 2:45 to 3:45 p.m. vehicles per hour reflects. So is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate. I didn't have the time to cross-reference those numbers with the traffic counts, but I have it seems to be that's correct.
So what this says is that by using the 4 to 6 p.m. peak hour, we're actually using a higher number of traffic generated than the 2:45 to 3:45 p.m. So is that
Mr. Coleman, I had to rope Mr. Emerson in earlier on how we're asking questions of our witnesses. I'm going to do the same of you. I think I understand the sort of argument you're making. If you'd like to testify as a witness, you certainly have that opportunity and the expertise as planning director. But if you had a specific question for Mr. Bratling, it can be open-ended. You could ask him, what do you believe paragraph 3 means, as opposed to, a 5-minute question where you tack on a question mark at the end. I think that would be the best way to ask questions of witnesses, more specific directed questions. Can we run that way?
Sure. So the paragraph that on page 2 that addresses the peak hours and why how it confirms the analysis that the paragraph concludes, this confirms that the analysis of the 4 to 6 p.m. peak hour period was appropriate. That was the question, and that period, this explains why. Do you agree with that analysis in that paragraph?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you have further questions, Mr. Coleman?
That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bratling. Your next witness then, Mr. Coleman?
Aside from myself, that is all the other witnesses that I have.
Okay, so then did you yourself want to testify as planning director, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, I wanted to address the discussion of idling in the appeal.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead, and again, we believe you to be sworn in at this point. So please proceed. It's weird to ask questions of yourself. I may jump in and ask a question if I think it's appropriate or necessary. But go ahead and just sort of testify as if, this was a standard hearing. And then at the end, I'll see if the applicant or the appellant have specific questions for you. Okay?
Okay. So I just wanted to address the discussion of idling in the appeal, and the appellants noted some guidelines from EPA.gov, and this is in the appeal A1 document. So I want to be clear that this is a appeal of a SEPA MDMS for a PRD. The discussion of idling is irrelevant to this SEPA. For one, the PRD does not generate any idling vehicles. There may be some confusion about what idling is. Idling is when one sits in their car, with the car running with no purpose for being in the car other than to wait for something. This is very different than a car that is waiting at an intersection where there might be traffic and delays. So while one's car is running while you're waiting for the intersection, that is not idling. So these guidelines are clearly designed for, if you looked at the materials submitted and the link to the EPA.gov/schools/idle-free school toolkit, healthy school environment. This is really geared towards not idling cars while one is waiting for their child to leave school. The PRD itself does not generate any idling cars. There will not be anybody sitting at the PRD in front of their home idling cars. That would be a concern. And so I really don't believe that the idling discussion in the appeal is relevant to anything related to the PRD.
Okay. Did you have further comments you wanted to make, Mr. Coleman?
The city has put considerable effort into reviewing the traffic studies. The traffic study performed by Gibson was reviewed by the city engineer, and then it was also gone through a third-party review through TSI, from whom we just heard our Andrew Bretland speak to. The city also performed a study of our own to look at the overall impacts of the PRD proposal as well as other PRD proposals in the vicinity and to see their impact on specifically the intersection at Township and McGarrigle, and as well as globally. All of those reports have found that the additional PRD traffic will not change the LOS, will not cause an LOS deficiency, and the TSI review, third-party review of the Gibson report also found that the report by Gibson was accurate. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woodmansee, did you have any questions for Mr. Coleman?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Emerson, did you have any questions for Mr. Coleman related to his testimony just now?
I do. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I wanted to refer to page 2 of A1, which is the appellate exhibit. And on paragraph 1, it cites a website. And my question for you, Mr. Coleman, did you read that? Did you look up that website?
You'll have to be more specific.
Page 2 of the A1. There's
Are you referring to the
paragraph 1.
EPA schools idle free zone one? Yes, I went and visited that.
Did you review that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. One of the things that was from that report was on that page, on that video page, there was a video. And it said many idling vehicles in one place can create a hotspot of pollution. And in fact, air monitoring qualities at schools have shown at elevated levels of toxins during the 3 to 4 p.m. hour coincide with when parents are picking up their children. Do you agree with that statement, Mr. Coleman?
I would like to point out that this is specifically related, this website and that video in particular are specifically related to idling cars at schools and have no relevance to upland residential development.
All right, so I'll try to frame this into the form of a question, John. Parent pickup cars extending for a half mile down the road idling while students are going by. Do you not affiliate that with the schools, with school traffic?
This is an appeal hearing for a PRD. I don't find that question to schools relevant to this appeal hearing.
Right, well, you were commenting on idling, sir, and so those cars are stationary, and that's what that website and that's what the videotape addressed, and I just wondered if you agreed with that, sir.
I don't feel the need to address a question that is unrelated to the appeal hearing.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Coleman. Those are all my questions, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. Coleman, then did that conclude the city witnesses?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So then at this point, Mr. Woodmansey, I believe you will potentially testify yourself, but I know you have Mr. Please tell me how to pronounce your name.
It's a Weeben.
Weeben. Okay. Soft W. Mr. Weeben with you. Is the plan to have Mr. Weeben testify first?
Yeah, I'd like to call Mr. Weeben to testify right now.
Perfect. Let's do that.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Weeben address his memo and not ask questions if that's okay. He can just go through his kind of presentation.
That works for me. That's great.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So I guess to give a little bit of background on how the TIA was formalized, the trip generation estimates that we use in our TIAs come from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They are a national organization that compile trip generation data that professional engineers use in their reports. So it comes from a standardized set that the estimates that were in the original TIA are not something that we are formulating based off of our own data that we have in-house. This is national data that's comprised by the ITE. And quickly, just to give my background also, I'm a professional engineer with Gibson Traffic, licensed with the state of Washington. As far as the 4 to 6 p.m. peak hour analysis, I think the response memo where we showed how the peak hour intersection volumes at SR9 and Township and McGarrigle compared to the peak hour during the school dismissal, it showed that the peak hour used in our initial analysis was slightly higher than what came from the school peak. So I think it's justified that we use the correct peak period. Also, another note, we identified in the TIA that improvements to that intersection would be necessary. And that's the improvement that the city was talking about earlier, whether that be a roundabout or a signal installed at that intersection.
Sorry, let me, Mr. Weeben, when you say intersection, I need you to be very clear on which intersection you're going to be speaking about, okay?
Yes, that was the SR9 Township Road or Township Street at McGarrigle intersection.
Okay.
So in our TIA, we did identify that improvements would be warranted and that the development would be paying mitigation fees to the city, and those mitigation fees would go towards the cost to construct improvements at that intersection. As far as the safety analysis that we included in our TIA, we show that, or we reviewed 5.5 years of collision data from the Washington State Department of Transportation. They compile collision data from all across the state, and we review that data to determine if there are any high collision areas where safety improvements might be needed. The collision data that we received for these intersections did not show any high collision areas. There were 4 documented collisions at the SR9 and McGarrigle Road intersection. That's not enough to constitute a high collision area. Typically for a unsignalized intersection like that, the number of collisions you would need per year is about 5 collisions per year. And there were only 4 documented collisions over 5.5 years. As far as the entire extent of McGarrigle Road over the 5.5 years, kind of between SR9 and Fruitdale Road, there was only one reported collision, which occurred under snowy and icy conditions. So based off the analysis and the collision data that we had, we did not see any existing high frequency collision areas in the area that we analyzed. And I think what's kind of been touched on a little bit from the city's witnesses is that the purpose of the TIA is to identify LOS deficiencies, specifically to determine if the project or the proposed project is concurrent, as far as having adequate infrastructure in place to support the traffic that is generated by the proposed development. And with the mitigation fees that the development is paying towards the city, that will allow for those improvements to be in place. After we received the initial appeal letter, we did draft the response memo, which is the, I believe, Exhibit B1. And basically we tried to go item by item of what was documented in the appeal letter. I think a lot of that has been addressed, but I'll leave that up to Tim if there's something specific he wants me to talk about.
Yeah, Zach, I would just very, very quickly just run through how we addressed each of those concerns.
Sure. So for the use of the 4 to 6 p.m. peak period analysis, as I mentioned, we did a intersection count during the school PM peak and showed that the intersection volume during that time was slightly lower than what we had in our original 4 to 6 p.m. peak period analysis in the TIA. And as I mentioned, the analysis in the TIA showed that future improvements were going to be needed at that intersection anyways. So I think use of the 4 to 6 p.m. is justified based off the data we collected. The development's impact to McGarrigle Road at Carter Road. This intersection, there was sorry, just a second. I believe in the TSI report, which was the citywide concurrency report, which is exhibit C17. I believe that intersection was included in there and was shown to operate at LOS A in the 2025 baseline scenario. So therefore, we didn't see where the development would cause that intersection to reach a deficient level of service. The development's impact to Carter Road at SR20. We did an additional AM peak hour turning movement count, and what we saw at this intersection was that it appeared to be heavily influenced by school traffic traveling southbound in the AM peak hour. The level of service, if you kind of follow the standard HCM intersection methodology, this intersection would operate at LOSC, even if 100% of the development trips travel down Carter Road. And I think even if we did kind of a more sensitive analysis of the peak 15-minute period from the AM count, the intersection would still operate at LOSD, which is still acceptable for an intersection along SR20. Impacts to McGarrigle Road to SR9 and McGarrigle Road to site access. I think what this is getting at is just the general link volume along McGarrigle Road. And the volume that we showed in our from our school PM peak hour account was that this intersection in 2025 would operate around 30 to 33% of its capacity with the development trips added. That puts it in the LOSA threshold, and therefore it would not trigger a concurrency issue. The air pollution generated by an idling car, I do not have any expertise in air pollution impacts. Typically, air pollution is not covered in a TIA. The TIA really gets at the operation of existing road facilities as far as their level of service, and not necessarily their air pollution impacts. Pedestrian bicycle safety, as was stated, McGarrigle Road has sidewalks on both the north and south side of the street for the entire extent from SR9 and Township to Fruitdale Road. So as far as children walking to school every day, there were no gaps that felt could pose a safety hazard. There's also marked crosswalks along the corridor. And as I mentioned in reviewing the 5.5 years of collision data, there was only one reported collision along the extent of McGarrigle Road from SR9 to Fruitdale Road. Access to McGarrigle Road. This parcel it only has frontage along McGarrigle Road. There's been talk about possibly accessing Carter Road, but this parcel, I think Tim might be able to speak to it better, but it's essentially not feasible because that access would have to occur through the parcel to the south, which the applicant does not own.
Yeah, I can jump in. We just, we don't have access or right to use any property to the south of us to access from Highway 20. In addition to that, Zach can build on this. If we were to have access, it sounds like the state would want us to access onto a smaller road with less traffic or a lower volume street with a lower classification for safety reasons.
Yes, so SR20 through Sedro-Woolley is a managed access state highway. It actually has plans for limited access with modified control, and the state guidelines for modified control, it says no direct access if alternate public road access is available. Sorry about butchering that. So in short, the state would have every right to refuse any application that we pose for accessing SR20 instead of McGarrigle Road.
I would like to jump in and just kind of build on that as well. The city has plans to divert traffic through the McGarrigle John Liner over to Cook Road and all the way to Highway 20. And they're trying to take traffic off of the Carter streets and what would be our future street. And if we did have access there, it would create a traffic problem through our street.
And then the last point of our response memo, conditions of Carter Road. This is really kind of getting at some of the pedestrian facilities comments that were raised in the appeal letter. Since the development does not have any frontage along Carter Road, typically developments are not required to construct any kind of frontage improvements like sidewalks or pedestrian aisles. And so by the development paying their transportation impact fees to the city, they are kind of paying their share for citywide pedestrian improvements that the city has deemed necessary.
Okay, any other, I think you might have had a couple more topics, Zach.
Yeah, and I guess, so just responding to some of the comments I've heard today, I understand that it's from the videos that we've provided and the appellant has provided, there's clearly a backup from school pickup and drop off that's spilling back out onto McGarrigle Road. From our observations, we've seen that these peak times of congestion last about 15 minutes. They coincide with the pickup and drop off times. And then outside of those times, there's really no level of service deficiencies that we could identify. There was a comment that the schools may be near or at capacity. If that is the case, then when the schools, if they're reconstructed, those pickup and drop-off loops will be analyzed to reduce their impacts to McGarrigle Road. So some of that queue that we see spilling back onto McGarrigle Road for that 15 minutes could be brought on site, therefore reducing congestion on McGarrigle Road. There's been a couple comments about restricting the access from the development to McGarrigle Road. Neither our analysis or the TSI review identified any justification for this to occur. In our original TIA with the higher assumed trip generation, which came from us assuming the units would be non-age restricted, that level of service was LOS A, which met the city's standard. There's sufficient stopping site distance for the access. There was no additional channelization needed to mitigate an LOS issue, and there was no collision history along that stretch of McGarrigle Road. And from what, let's see here, I believe it was Mr. Freeberger was saying about the city's improvements to McGarrigle Road, that they've identified from an engineering standpoint the improvements that they can make to McGarrigle Road, which is the existing sidewalk on both sides of the road, the pedestrian crossings, the marked pedestrian crossings. I think the improvements at the SR9 Township Street and McGarrigle Road intersection will also have an improvement on sight lines that was also discussed. And I guess in conclusion, the testimony that I've heard today, there's no specific data that was presented that I see would change the conclusions of our analysis as far as having a level of service impact or not meeting the concurrency requirements.
Okay, thanks, Zach. I appreciate it. Mr. Hearing Examiner, it's up to you, I think, here now.
Sure. So I think the best way forward, I'll see if Mr. Coleman has any specific question on behalf of the city, or if someone at the city other than Mr. Coleman, had any specific questions for Mr. Weaven.
No, I think you did a fine job explaining. Thank you.
So that's a no, Mr. Coleman?
No further questions for us.
Okay, Mr. Emerson, did you have specific questions for Mr. Weaven based on his testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please.
I'd like to refer to page 3 of the of the Gibson traffic study, February 14.
Which one? Which one is that?
I believe B1.
Are you there?
Yeah, this is the supplemental memorandum, correct?
Oh, B1. I'm sorry, Mr. Examiner, B1.
Yep.
That's that. Under number 5, it says the scope of the TIA is not intended to cover impacts from air pollution and only focuses on the operation and safety of the public and street network. GTC does not have the expertise to comment on the impacts of air pollution. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, that's what I wrote in the memo.
Okay, I just want to make sure I read it right. I'm going up above number 5. It's actually paragraph number 4. It says future development conditions during the school PM peak hour, which includes 18 peak hour trips generated by the McGarrigle development. Did I read that correctly?
You're looking at the last line of that paragraph?
Right, correct, sir.
Yes.
So may I ask you please to clarify what you mean by 18 peak hour trips generated by, I assume, the proposed PRD?
Yeah, so the trip generation estimates that we included in our analysis, as I mentioned, they come from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They're a national organization that compiles and publishes data for different types of land uses. Since this development will have the age restriction on it as far as who can occupy and live in the units, that land use does have a slightly lower trip generation rate than a non-restricted single-family home. And for context, the trip generation rate for a single-family or a non-age restricted single-family home is 1 PM peak hour trip per unit. Actually, sorry, technically it's 0.99 PM peak hour trips per unit. And so the age restriction actually reduces that trip generation rate even lower. And then on top of that, there is, in the original TIA that we completed, which is, sorry,
B8.
trying to,
B8.
yeah, it'd be exhibit C15, I believe. In that exhibit, the distribution of development trips that we showed, we estimated that approximately, let's see here if I can do some quick math. Approximately 50 to 60% of the trips would be traveling on that particular portion of McGarrigle Road, and impacting that intersection.
All right. So I have a follow-up question here. I'm going back to that 18 peak hour. Do you think that'll grow as the development grows, or are you basing that on 85 homes? I want to be clear on this. 85 homes, peak hour trips. Is that correct? Generated by the PRD development?
Yes.
And is your answer yes?
So it'd be the total peak hour trip generation for the entire development is 24 peak hour trips. So only 18 of those we anticipate to impact that intersection.
But I'm sorry, sir. Only 18 of those would be impacted by what?
Would be impacting the SR9 Township Street and McGarrigle Road intersection.
Okay. Was Carter Road taken into consideration?
Can you clarify? What do you mean?
I'll rephrase that question. I don't think I have any more questions on that, but just one moment, if I may. Let's. Going back, still on page 3, if I may. Do you see at the first paragraph, it says if they travel southbound during peak 15 minutes in the AM peak hour, and then, and bear with me, I'm sorry. How does that coincide with the superintendent's letter that students are beginning at 8:30 a.m. and ending at 9 a.m.? How does that coincide with your reasoning, sir?
So the count that we did at McGarrigle and Carter, that the count period that we analyzed was from 7 to 9 a.m. And then the peak hour within that period, if I can pull up the count data. Was from 7 to 8 a.m. And so during that that single hour where the intersection volume was the highest, that is the methodology that we would use to analyze an intersection's level of service.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more question, sir, and I appreciate your time and the hearing examiner's time. My question, what day of the week was the study done?
That particular count was taken on a Thursday.
Okay, taken on a Thursday. And there was no early release or anything on that day?
For the AM count, no. We made sure that school was in session and had a normal schedule.
Okay. I thank you, sir, and Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you for allowing me to ask those extra questions.
You're welcome. I believe then that would conclude testimony from Mr. Weedman. Is that accurate?
Yes, unless Tim has any other questions.
Yeah, Mr. Woodmansey, did that conclude your questions for this witness?
Yes, it did. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
It's okay. So thank you for participating, Mr. Weedman. At this point, Mr. Woodmansey, you yourself are a potential witness. Did you have any comments you wanted to make as a witness at this point?
Yes, I do, and I'll just do that as a kind of a presentation and not ask myself questions.
Thank you. That would be totally appropriate.
Okay, I had good morning in here, but we're in the afternoon, so good afternoon. My name's Tim Woodmansey. I'm an owner of BYK Construction and an owner in the Brickyard Park LLC, which owns the project, the 85 unit PRD project. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone involved in putting the hearing together and all the hard work it took to keep it on schedule. I appreciate that, and as the landowner, it's very crucial to us. In the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic and crisis, I applaud both the city and the hearings examiner on getting a safe solution for everybody. I know it took a lot of hard work and forward thinking and use of technology that not everybody's familiar with. We ourselves, BYK Construction, has elected to shut down all construction sites due to the virus, and the virus is very real for us. I have an 80-year-old grandma that's fighting for her life and right now in the ICU, so it's very real to us. And I just want to take the time to just urge everyone to listen to the state and federal government and practice isolation and social distancing, as that's kind of our only weapon to fight the virus. I think I'll move on from that, guys. I just felt like I needed to say that. And I thank Zach. I think he did a great job responding to the appeal and to the appellant's witnesses. I want to touch base on some of the history of the process and how we got to the appeal. Shortly after we posted our NOA and SEPA, we received a call from Mr. Emerson. You'll find a description of this call in document B15. This is an email. In this call, Mr. Emerson complimented us, BYK, in the various projects we've completed and that we're under construction or in the planning stages here in Sedro-Woolley. Succeeding that compliment was really why Mr. Emerson was calling us, though. He was not happy about our proposed project of 85 homes and he told us point blank that he was going to fight us tooth and nail. And he was going to do everything he could to prevent the project from happening. And if he couldn't succeed in preventing it, he would try to delay it as many times and for as long as he could. We couldn't help feel like he was very nicely threatening us and trying to intimidate us. Well, here we are. Mr. Emerson is delivering on his promise to fight the project and his intent to delay us, as he has tried three things so far to delay us. This appeal is the first effort. You can find the appeal in document B11. His second effort came on the news of the coronavirus. Before any cases were in Skagit County, he asked for a postponement of the hearing. While we, like I just said, take the virus very serious, and it is a very imminent threat now to all Americans, it was not around us here yet, and we can't help but feel Mr. Emerson's intent was to delay the project anywhere he could, and he saw the virus as something to try and delay it. Again, I have to applaud the city and the hearing examiner for keeping it on schedule and finding a safe solution to keep it on schedule. Now that the threat of coronavirus is imminent, it is great that we have these safety procedures in place. And I'm actually thankful that Mr. Emerson tried to delay it because we had the procedures in place. You also find a string of emails regarding this subject as document B15 and B16. The last way that Mr. Emerson has tried to delay us is he requested for the city to withdraw the MB&S based on significant new information indicating or on a proposal's probable significant adverse environmental impacts. You will find this as document to utilize, you will find this document as B13. You'll also find the email thread regarding this as document B12. The information he was trying to utilize this code under was a response memo for from our traffic consultants. The response was to all the appeal items listed from the appellants. And we proactively saw that they were worried about the peak hour trips during the school times. And we proactively said, hey, you know what? They might be onto something. We need to look at that. So we paid additional funds to our traffic consultant to take a look at that to address whether there is an additional problem or not. And Zach did a good job stating that, you know, the peak trips during those hours were actually less than the standard 4 to 6 peak trips, peak PM trips, sorry. This, by all means, was no new information. It was only information that confirmed the city's MD&S was accurate. I have a feeling that Mr. Emerson knew that this was the case and was just trying to fish for any way to delay the project. Thus, you can see our frustration as Mr. Emerson is trying anything and everything, whether ethical or not, to try and delay our project and damage us. Speaking on traffic, just in general terms, we've paid a professional to do a traffic study. And in this study, it shows that we're operating and meeting all the standards for traffic regulations. You'll find this as document B8. In addition to that, the city had our traffic report reviewed, and their third-party traffic consultant issued a memo stating the findings and recommendations of our traffic study are consistent with their study. You will find this memo as document C16. In addition to these two confirmations regarding traffic, we elected to specifically address each concern of the appeal found as document B11 through a memo drafted by our traffic consultant found under document B1. This memo addressed the concerns of the citizens and confirmed the facts that the traffic will operate at an acceptable standard. This includes a traffic count, an additional one during school hours for student drop-off and pickup. You'll find timestamp pictures during these responses or this response study that shows traffic and puts a timeline to some of the delays that operate at the acceptable standard. These picture documents are labeled B2 through B7. Student pickup and drop off creates a little bit of congestion on McGarrigle Road. However, I'd like to note that this congestion is a normal congestion of any road that has a school that accesses off of them. I'd encourage the school district to evaluate if there's a better drop-off pickup system for them to limit this congestion. And I believe that's the responsibility of the school district. I also want to note that as we've spoken earlier and frequently today, the city of Sedro-Woolley has plans to construct a traffic light or a roundabout at the intersection of McGarrigle, Highway 9 and John Liner Road. This is going to alleviate a lot of the backup on McGarrigle Road turning onto Highway 9. In addition, the city paid for a traffic impact study with their own traffic consultant to do a study that not only included our project, but included other projects that they are seeing in the pipeline that would utilize these roads, specifically Highway 9, McGarrigle, and John Liner. This study, for a fourth time, confirms that the traffic will operate at an acceptable standard. I would also like to note that McGarrigle Road is classified as an arterial road, which means that the city wants traffic on it. They're trying to concentrate the traffic on McGarrigle Road to alleviate traffic problems on other roads. This will, let's see, I guess that's it there. Again, I would really encourage the school district, if they feel that there's unsafe existing problems, they need to address them. A lot of schools that I'm aware of have done improvements to address their student pickup and drop off situations and issues. I'd like to close by thanking you for your time and request that and I'd like to request that your determination be considered with the facts of the traffic analysis and the professionals. Public Works and planning staff for the city have very carefully analyzed this information and are recommending to approve. I would request that you deny this appeal. Thank you for your time, and I'll take questions if I need to.
Thank you, Mr. Woodmansee. Mr. Coleman, did the city have any specific questions for Mr. Woodmansee?
No, I do not.
Okay, and Mr. Emerson, I'm sure you disagree with the way things were framed there. I fully understand that. I will give you a moment to respond, but before you respond, did you have any specific questions for this witness?
Perhaps that the way things were framed, I would like to comment on, if you would allow.
I will. I'm asking, did you have specific questions first? And then if once those questions are complete, I will give you a moment to respond.
No, I don't have any specific questions for Mr. Woodmansee. Everyone has done a very good job in presenting their case, and I think you have a lot of information to draw.
I do, thank you. So I believe then that would conclude.
I think were you going to allow me just to make a comment?
Yep, I was going to say that will conclude the witness testimony. I am going to give Mr. Emerson just a moment to respond because I fully understand he probably disagrees with the way things were just framed. So I will give him that opportunity, and that will then basically conclude the witnesses. And Mr. Emerson, I will give you an opportunity to provide a sort of closing note if you'd like as well, because you are the appellant and you have ultimately the burden of proof. So I do want to give you a chance to sort of make a closing statement as well, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This hasn't been about one person trying to uphold a process. We have 7, 8, 9, 11 people here that have been involved. We've met, we've talked, we've tried to come to a resolution on what would be best. There was never any discussion amongst us on our several meetings about delaying the process. Some motions were made, but it was not in the sense of trying to deprive Mr. Woodmansee of any of his rights. all these people that the appellants that spoke this morning, you saw, they spoke from the heart, and they are confronted with a traffic issue that goes to 9, that goes to clear to Fruitdale, which Mr. Superintendent Brockman will put in that letter that you'll get, Mr. Examiner. They're experienced these issues, their safety, their environment. This is nothing personal with Mr. Woodmansey, who I'm sure is a very good person. I had a chance to meet him recently and was very impressed with his demeanor. And so I thank him for that. So I thought these people spoke very well today. Just because there is an issue, a traffic issue at one end of a particular street, just generically speaking, you just can't say, oh, it's their fault or it's somebody else's fault, and therefore I have the right to drive down the street. No, everybody works together to help the people on Carter Road, to help the people on McGarrigle and John Liner and Fruitdale. So we're all working together on this project. Hopefully we can all work as a team and come to, and help the hearing examiner come to hopefully a resolution that'll help us all. And now those are my comments.
Thank you. So at this point, we will be concluding the appeal portion of the hearing. I just want to clarify a couple things for everybody. I made an oral ruling that was over the objection of both the city and the applicant that I will allow written comments. This is in lieu of testimony we expected to hear today. And these written comments, I ask they are, to be brief and to the point, but they are allowed to be submitted from Phil Brockman, Maggie Miller, and Bob Mattia. If those three proposed witnesses have anything they wanted to submit as written comments in lieu of testimony today, they can do so and submit them to Catherine Weir at the city by 4 p.m. on Friday. I will not take any additional comments from anyone else. Those are the only comments that I am going to leave the record open for. Then the record on the appeal will close, and I will take all of the information that was received. We all, I think, agreed on what documents were submitted. Those have all been admitted as exhibits. And then the testimony that I heard today, and I will produce a decision based on that information. I will try, because of COVID, I've got less on my plate than usual, so I will try to issue a decision within 2 weeks of today as opposed to 2 weeks of Friday, but just in case I'm struck ill or something happens, I don't want to tie my hands unnecessarily, but I note I will make every effort to get this done as quickly as possible. Giving it the due diligence that it deserves. I would like to thank everyone that has participated thus far. This has actually gone much smoother than I had expected. So much plaudits to the city technological wizards, especially for figuring this out. And thank you to everyone that has been on the line quietly and participating, even just listening. We've had very little crosstalk, and this has worked quite better than expected. So with that, I believe we will take a break. Mr. Coleman, before we start in on the actual application hearing, how long do you think would be appropriate for a break if folks need to get up, use the restroom, et cetera, eat a quick bite? Is 15 minutes enough time? Do we need a half hour? Do you have any thoughts on that, Coleman?
I think the room, if they're even interested in a break or if they'd like to move forward.
Sure, I'd like at least 10 minutes myself to use the restroom. So
all right, let's make it 10 minutes because I think from what I'm seeing in the room, I'm not seeing anybody an extended break of any sort.
Okay, so this is what we'll do. We're going to take 10 minutes. At 1:30, we'll come back on, and then we'll be diving into the application hearing itself, the rules of which are a little different, and I'll explain that in 10 minutes when we get back. If there are those that are not interested in hearing the application portion of the hearing, feel free to sign off or leave. Just please try to be quiet if you're leaving and you're in the room. And I want to note for the record that all testimony that I heard during the appeal portion is considered applicable for the application, and I do not need anyone to repeat the testimony during the application portion of the hearing. It has been noted, and it will be considered when I write up my decision related to the application. Does that make sense, Mr. Coleman, hopefully?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I am going to sort of sign off here for approximately 10 minutes, and when we come back on, I will start the application hearing with some opening remarks, and then I'll turn it to, I assume, you, Mr. Coleman, to present on behalf of the city, and we'll move forward in that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I'll speak to everyone here in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Stop recording.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I've got my gavel. Things are very official. I won't make you guys keep looking at me. I just wanted to point out I have my gavel. Things are gonna get back in order. And so we're on the record. I'm gonna go ahead and call this session of the City of Sedro-Woolley Hearing Examiner back to order. We are now on the second portion. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the camera off at this point, but hopefully everyone can hear me. And this is now the application portion of today's hearing for number LP-2019-389. And again, this is a request for approval of a preliminary plat to develop 12.7 acres in 2 phases as an 85 lot planned residential development for residents 55 years of age and older with associated improvements. We had an appeal hearing to start out the last 3 hours or so, which is now concluded, and that related to the city's SEPA determination. So we are not going to dive in any more on that, but I note that for the application portion of today's hearing, I received several exhibits I had an opportunity to review. These have been labeled as exhibits A as in Andrew through U as in U-turn. So I'm going to admit those exhibits into the record. Should anyone have additional exhibits they would like admitted into the record, please let me know when it's your opportunity to testify, and I will address admitting additional exhibits at that time. Ultimately, my role today for the application portion of the hearing will be to review the exhibits that are admitted, as well as any testimony that is received, and I will be seeking to determine whether this proposal complies with the city's comprehensive plan, zoning ordinances, critical areas ordinances, and the specific criteria for review of a planned residential development under Title 17 of the Municipal Code, as well as sections of Title 16 of the Municipal Code related to preliminary plats. In addition, because this proposal does involve the subdivision of land, ensuring that the proposal would comply with our state subdivision act, which is in chapter 5817 of the revised Code of Washington, and the specific criteria in 5817-110-2. So that is the role that I will be playing today. I may ask questions of those that testify. I'm not trying to trip anyone up. I'm just trying to make sure I have a thorough understanding of the proposal so that within 10 business days of the record closing, I'm able to produce a decision on the application that is hopefully clear and legally defensible. And I do note that were I to grant the SEPA appeal, that would then put any decision on the application itself on hold pending further review under SEPA. So I want that to be clear for the record. And furthermore, I actually make a recommendation in this instance to the city council, who then has final approval authority for planned residential developments and plats here in the city of Sedro-Woolley, as opposed to a decision. So if I say decision, I mean recommendation. I apologize for any confusion that causes, but I will do my best to keep it straight in my head. But that is generally what we're doing here. And the order that we're going to follow, I believe, is first we're going to hear from city staff, who was sworn in earlier as part of the appeal hearing. Then we'll hear from the applicant representative for any additional information they feel that myself or members of the public should be aware of. Then if there are members of the public interested in testifying, they'll have that opportunity. I do again note that I am aware of concerns that were raised specifically related to traffic and traffic related issues as part of the SEPA portion of the appeal hearing, and all of that testimony will be considered if I move forward with writing a decision on the application itself. So duplicative testimony is not encouraged and not particularly helpful, although I do want to give folks an opportunity to testify if they so desire. There's some weird clinking I'm hearing. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but whoever that might be, if you could make an effort to mute your microphone for purposes of whatever that sounds like glass being tapped, that would be helpful. And with that, I think we'll get started. And I believe, Mr. Coleman, are we starting with you? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Just for those that might be joining us, if you can introduce yourself for the record, that would be helpful.
Okay, so this is John Coleman, I'm planning director. Just so everybody can get an idea of what's going on in the hearing chambers, we have two people in the audience. We have Catherine Weir, who's our assistant planner. We have Bill Chambers, our IT person, who's just here to help with the technology. And it looks like we've got about, besides the presenter mic and the hearing examiner, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people or so on the telephone line. So I think the hearing examiner is presented the information of what the project is quite succinctly. I think everybody online was here for the previous part, so I have a really good idea of what's going on today. So I'll spare the details of the project itself. The documents for this particular portion of the hearing are at the very bottom of the webpage under hearing examiner staff report exhibits. The hearing examiner did already include those items A through U in, and I don't feel like staff has anything particular to point out. We don't really have a whole lot to add. There's been an ongoing long process for the day. This relates to just the plat itself, and looking under the documents, the plat map itself. So what the design of it would be exhibit T, which we're getting up on the screen for those following at home. At the risk of saying too much and possibly too little at the same time, I'm going to let it go at that and pass it on to the next person.
Sorry, are there additional testimony by other members of city staff planned, Mr. Coleman, or are you asking,
no,
are you ready?
I think there's been enough presentation, and if you look at exhibit T, you can see what the plat itself looks like, and that's all we have for now. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have questions for you specifically, and I wanted to ask, because I always do, but has the comprehensive plan or zoning code been amended in any way that would impact this proposal since the application was deemed complete back in November of 2019?
So the city council approved comprehensive plan changes to the housing element regarding accessory dwelling units. That does not go into effect until June, so that so it does not have any bearing on this.
Okay. Okay, and I believe, again, especially because of the appeal, I have received quite a few documents, and so I have been able to thoroughly review the proposal. I did note in my own notes that I had very little information about stormwater. I believe some of the information provided indicated that stormwater would, and if this is better left to the applicant, that's fine. We can defer to the applicant. But my notes pointed out, let me find my notes. I believe the application itself said that drainage would meet LID requirements, use individual infiltration trenches, and that a regional stormwater facility would some way be used. But if I could get any more detail on that, for instance, what stormwater manual would be complied with, what is the regional facility involved, what's the general plan related to stormwater, that would be helpful. And again, feel free.
The project application comes with a preliminary stormwater site plan. It is upwards of 70 pages with exhibits, actually maybe closer to 100 pages with exhibits. And of course, any stormwater would need to meet the requirements of the Sedro-Woolley Municipal Code for stormwater and follow the Department of Ecology stormwater manual.
Okay, and to be clear,
I did not include the stormwater analysis because of its large size, and there's already so many exhibits here. But it will have to meet all of the state required stormwater development requirements.
okay, so there was a preliminary stormwater report. It hasn't been provided. I would prefer to have that included for ensuring that we have a complete record. So can we make that exhibit V as in Victor?
Yes.
Okay, so we will go ahead and it's fine if that gets emailed to my office. I can review it on my computer as opposed to a hard copy, especially because none of us are leaving the house. So that would be fine. But you have testified that in your estimation, the stormwater impacts from the proposal, at least in the preliminary review, have been adequately addressed, and stormwater would meet all requirements of the municipal code. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, but to clarify for me, and again, I'll review that report, but is there a regional facility in the area that stormwater is ultimately in some way being routed to, or is that better left to the applicant to respond?
That'd be better left to the applicant and our Public Works Department, who is more familiar with this project analysis. Is not.
Okay, well, I will ask that of the applicant as well. Let's see. Other questions I had for you, Mr. Coleman. Sometimes in response to a project like this, we will get comments from the fire marshal. It appears that we didn't have anything specific. Is that accurate for this proposal?
The fire department hasn't submitted any comments of concern. They did work with the applicant after the initial contact at the pre-app meeting to discuss the actual alignment, and the dual entryway is sort of a boulevard. It's like an extra wide entrance up from Marigold, which is 2 separated lanes, meets the requirements for access.
Okay. And then let's see. I didn't see any kind of water or sewer availability confirmation. I vaguely recall maybe the city determined there's sufficient water and sewer availability that it isn't requiring letters anymore, but that could be wrong. Can you just clarify that issue for me?
So the PUD doesn't really, they don't really send the water availability letters, but by their participation in the pre-app meeting and their understanding of it, they do acknowledge that there is water. And the same goes with the city. We could have the city wastewater treatment plant form and fill out a letter of sewer availability. But speaking as a representative for the city, it is understood that our sewer treatment facilities can handle the 85 block development.
Okay, so great. Your role as planning director, you believe there is sufficient capacity in the city's system to handle water and sewer related to this proposal. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I think all the other questions on my list were really addressed earlier during the appeal hearing, so I'm not going to make you repeat yourself. But if I have any additional questions for the city, I will certainly come back to them. But at this point, I think unless you have...
Correct myself, there is a water availability letter, and I'll make that as exhibit, whatever you say. The last one was Victor. The last exhibit was Victor.
Right. Victor is going to be the stormwater report. Are you saying there's an additional exhibit that we want to have submitted?
Sketch of PUD did submit a water availability. So we can I can add that to the list of exhibits. That's exhibit W.
Okay. So we'll add a water availability letter appropriately as exhibit W for water. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Then I think that would cover the specific questions I had for you, Mr. Coleman. Unless you had other folks at the city you intended on testifying at this point, then I would turn it over to our applicant representative.
The city is done.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Woodmansey, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Great, thank you. And you're under oath from earlier, but for those that maybe were not participating earlier, if you can just introduce yourself for the record, that would be great.
Yep, my name's Tim Woodmansey. I am an owner in Brickyard Park LLC, which owns the land and intends to develop the land of the 85 unit PRD, and also an owner of BYK Construction. So I guess I would just like to say that we're really excited about this project in the city of Sedro-Woolley, and being able to offer a 55 and older community with an active lifestyle. We have about 1.25 acre park that's centralized in the project. And we have plans to include a clubhouse for the owners and the HOA to manage. Our park kind of features the clubhouse, obviously, but also is what we've proposed is a couple horseshoe pits, bocce ball lanes, a walking loop that's concrete, and like a field turf area for different yard games like cornhole, ladder ball. etc. There's been no development like this in Sedro-Woolley for quite some time, if ever. And we are just kind of super excited to offer this. We're going to be doing 85 lots. Out of those, I believe 52 of them are detached single family residences, and there will be 33 townhome lots, which are going to be fee simple lots that will have, each lot will have one townhome unit on it. And what that means is they will, one of their property lines, one or more of their property lines will share a wall with another townhome unit. We're excited to do this because we feel like there's an affordability crisis in Skagit County in housing, and by being able to reduce the lot size and reduce the setbacks to 0, we will be able to build more units and be able to be more affordable in those units. Regarding your couple items, the drainage report will detail this well for you, but I can tell you kind of the general information of the storm system. The central facility for the stormwater in the streets and driveways of all of the homes will be conveyed through catch basins and storm pipes to the park. The park will have a underground infiltration trench that will both treat and infiltrate the water back into the ground. There will be no off-site discharge with stormwater. And then how we're addressing the roof water. The roof water is considered clean water and doesn't need treatment. And we will be building infiltration trenches on each individual lot to treat not to treat the roof water, but to infiltrate the roof water into the ground. We've done soils reporting on and testing on the soils out there. It is very sandy soil and very good for infiltrating. And that is what is allowing us to utilize those techniques from the stormwater management manual.
Okay, so to be clear then, I think you've probably done more work since initially applying, but the idea is you are employing what we call LID, or low impact development techniques, to ensure that all water stormwater generated on site is actually infiltrated on site. So water is not going to be conveyed to some kind of a regional facility. That was a misunderstanding on my part. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's true. There's no regional facility. I guess what we're calling a regional facility would be a facility in our park that would treat and infiltrate the water on site. So that might just be kind of a misunderstanding or communication of words there. That'll collect all the street right-of-way water and the driveway water.
Sure. So all the stormwater that requires treatment, meaning water that's come into contact with the pavement, cars, etc., will be routed basically to beneath your proposed park, where it will then be treated and infiltrated after treatment back into the soil. Is that accurate?
That's 100% accurate.
Okay, and then stormwater from roofs will be discharged to, I guess, infiltration trenches on each individual lot? Are these envisioned as sort of rain gardens or actual infiltration trenches?
No, there'll be infiltration trenches and invisible, they'd have a yard or driveway over the top of them.
Yeah.
So they would not be rain garden or bioswale or anything like that.
Okay, but essentially, your analysis is all stormwater on site will remain on site and infiltrated back into the soil, consistent with the approach to stormwater that is now sort of required by the Department of Ecology. And do you happen to know the stormwater manual this was designed in relation to? Is it the 2012 with updates in 2014 from Ecology, or?
You're going to have to confirm that with the Public Works Department or David Lee. I do believe it's the 2012 manual, but I am not 100% sure. That's just kind of based off my
Sure.
very poor memory.
It's okay. I assume the very fact you're talking.
It's adopted city code stating which manual we use. So.
Okay, so that was Mr. Coleman chiming in, and it will comply with the manual adopted by the municipal code. My own understanding in Sedro-Woolley is the 2012 manual. Is that right, Mr. Coleman?
I don't know on top of my head. That's the Public Works and Engineering Department review, and I don't want to speak for that.
Okay, well, I will look it up to make sure I am accurate in my understanding, but I can tell you that if we're talking about LID, then it's bound to be one of the newer manuals because prior to 2012, the phrase LID was not commonly used. So I suspect I know what manual is involved, but again, we have admitted that as Exhibit V as in Victor, and I am capable of checking the municipal code myself. So thank you for addressing that issue of stormwater. Did you have other comments, Mr. Woodmansee, that you'd like to make at this point?
Yeah, I guess the other comment would be John confirmed that we had a water availability letter from Skagit PUD. We also have, John, and this was in our application documents. We have a sewer availability letter that was a comment sheet from our pre-app, and basically the staff comments say this development will require a mainline extension with manhole additions, which the manhole that we're tying into is basically directly across the street of McGarrigle from our entrance into the plat. And then every sewer connection shall have cleanouts at the property line. The sewer lines will be considered public and shall be turned over to the city for ownership and maintenance. And then the sewer system shall comply with the Sedro-Woolley Public Works Department standard manual. And then they go on to state the current sewer fees are $69.95 per dwelling unit.
Okay, why don't we make that an additional exhibit? It would be X as in X-Men or X-ray, and we'll include that just for purposes of a complete record. Does that make sense, Mr. Coleman?
What document was that?
Sewer availability letter. It was a comment letter from the city that was provided to the applicant apparently during the pre-app process.
Oh, from the pre-app.
Okay. That's in our, it's in our submittal package to you, John. It's in the folder marked sewer. And if you don't have it or misplaced it or anything, I can send it over.
Okay, any further remarks for the applicant, Mr. Woodmansee?
I would just, I guess, state that we very carefully went through the code with a fine tooth comb, and we interacted with the city a lot more than I've ever have it with any other project prior to submitting the application, just to make sure that things were complying with the code and that we were really kind of trying to develop something that would get city support and that the city would like. Actually, quite a few of the council members, and John can correct me or speak more to this, have went to a project that this project is actually modeled off of, called Bryce Park up in Linden. And there was a lot of excitement based on them going and looking at that and really wanting this kind of a project in the city. So.
Great, thank you. And then the staff in its staff report had several recommended conditions of approval. Did you have an opportunity to review the recommended conditions? And if so, do they make sense? And do you see any issue related to complying with those recommended conditions of approval?
Yeah, so I did glance over those. Nothing stuck out to me, but I'll just check them out real quick. The landscaping is good. The SEPA stuff is good. Number 3 is 4, 5. Everything's good to me. I just would note that condition number 6. There's a chance that and we can work this out, I believe, with the engineers, so I don't know if this needs to be on the record or not, but there's a chance that we might, in lieu of doing the temporary turnaround, we might actually build the road base for the loop to go through, and actually have in lieu of a turnaround, have an actual looped road that would go from pavement at the edge of phase 1 to crushed rock back to pavement on the other edge of phase 1. Does that make sense?
I think it makes sense to me, but you're essentially saying that rather than have a temporary turnaround, you would complete the road itself, except it would be part of the road would not be paved during phase 1, but it would be the road bed with crushed rock or gravel. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And we haven't made that decision. It was a thought that we want to look at that to see which makes more sense from a development standpoint and work with the city on whether that's acceptable or not.
Okay, I'll probably let Mr. Coleman chime in on that in a sec. I can tell you, if you built and paved the road, clearly there would be zero issue. But I want to give Mr. Coleman an opportunity to weigh in on that particular issue at this time. Mr. Coleman, any thoughts from the city on that?
So that would be something the Public Works Department would have to approve. Public Works and Engineering Department would have to approve whether the use of gravel road would be allowed. Then they'd have to take into account, what would happen if, so I don't know if that would be approved. I'm not saying that it won't. I'm just saying they'll have to approve it, and they'll take into account things like, what happens if phase 2 doesn't ever get built? Well, is this an acceptable long-term solution? Those kinds of things. So that would have to be something the Public Works would have to approve.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I guess, Mr. Woodmansee, assuming that we got to the point of, me agreeing with staff's recommended conditions, I might slightly wordsmith condition 6 to allow for the potential you just discussed, but it would ultimately require approval by Public Works, according to Mr. Coleman's testimony. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a perfect solution.
Okay. And then one other final question I had, to be clear about the homeowners association, you envision there would only be one HOA for the entire community, even though this is moving forward in phases and there might be two separate final plats. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, good. That's better. Okay, one HOA to rule them all. All right, someone caught my terrible nerdy joke. Okay, I believe those are the questions then. Let me just check my notes. Yes, those are the questions that I had for you. I'm going to have you stay on the line because the next phase here is we're going to allow members of the public interested in testifying an opportunity. And if appropriate, Mr. Woodman-Zia, I will turn it back to you at the end to provide any response if necessary. Okay? Okay, so we do still have some folks on the line. Is there anyone on the telephone system we're using that was interested in testifying?
It's Glenn.
Oh, it's Glenn? Oh.
Yeah, he has himself muted.
Is there a sense, is there anyone that was potentially interested in testifying that's on the audio online system?
Just Edward appears to be the only person that is not city staff. So if Edward would like to speak, he can unmute himself and let us know.
Okay, this is someone named Edward, is that right?
Yeah, Edward is one of the traffic consultants that wasn't a witness. He just listened in to listen in.
Okay, and did he want to testify?
No, he didn't. He's okay. Off. He's offline. I think he just didn't sign out right.
Got it. Okay, so then am I correct? Last opportunity, was there anyone online that phoned in that wanted to provide public testimony? Okay, I'm hearing silence, so I'm going to assume that there was no one online that wanted to provide testimony. Mr. Coleman, is there anyone in the room there, members of the public interested in testifying related to the application portion of the hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and who do we have interested in testifying?
So I'm asking them to approach the podium mic right now.
Okay.
Introduce themselves and their address.
My name is Frank Allen Bresnan Sr. I live at 1004 McGarncow Road, Sedro-Woolley, Washington, 98284. Cell number is 360-770-1077. This is my opinion on this appeal.
One sec. Frank, I didn't catch your last name. Could you slowly spell it for me?
Bresnan, B-R-E-S-N-A-N, Senior.
Frank Bresnan, B-R-E-S-N-E?
N-A-N, Norman, Elephant, Norman.
Okay, Bresnan Senior. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in any testimony you give here today?
I do.
Great, thank you. Please provide any remarks you'd like to make.
I had good morning, but now this is run into afternoon, so it's good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This appeal we are here for is what is in the works for the McGarncow Road. Is going to be a high impact traffic area east and west to Northern State to Fruitdale Road to 20 east and west, then to Carter Road north and south to Highway 20, also to Highway 9 north and south to Highway 20 east and west, then to John Liner east and west to Jones Road to F&S Grade Road and through the new bus garage to the new roundabout that will be at Cook Road and north and southeast west to Highway 20, north, south, east, and west to Highway 9, north and south to Cook Road, east and west to 99, north and south, east and west on Cook Road to I-5, north and south. So there will be impact on McCarville Road that the city said you cannot stop progress, and will be will be a main arterial when the tunnel and bridge will be put across John Liner to Jones Road. And I want to apologize to Tim Manson. I tried to stop this thing, and BYK is not the problem. The city has to have a workshop on the roads, also the override DOT, Department of Highways, in the city limit. The city overrides what DOT does. I am filing a class action lawsuit against Alan and Linda Emerson and people on witnesses list, but after hearing the witnesses list, they were misguided to what was going on. Alan didn't explain that that's an arterial highway, has nothing to do with the development of this project. Thank you, and Frank Resnick. And then I have a document here that I tried to do with the city with Aaron Bird. It says settlement agreement, LP 2019-389, appeal of SEPA determination, person 2, subsection 7 of the hearing examiner's pre-hearing order. The parties have met and discussed settlement. Parties hereby agree as follows. Number 1, appellant agrees to withdraw appeal of the city's MDNS quotation LP 2019-389. And number 2, the city agrees to refund the appeal paid by the appellant of this matter dated March 11th, day by applicants. I signed it. Alan Emerson was supposed to sign it at a 3-hour meeting with him, and then Marianne would have settled this project, but Alan wouldn't stand to reason. So I noticed when we brought up your document on the board here that said the 12 litigants that were signed up to do this appeal. Can that be brought up?
The appellant was under a witness list. Thank you, Bob. So that's the appellant list from the hearing earlier.
It's earlier.
I think what Frank's saying is the actual appeal.
Yeah, the first original appeal. Oh, that's the other. There it is. It says Alan Emerson, Linda Emerson, and Frank Resnick. And let me read the document that I received from Alan Emerson on March 23rd of 2020. Hi, Frank. Hope this email finds you and your wife doing better. The appellants to the SEPA decision and the proposed rule development are currently gathering information to present at the March 24th hearing. If you have anything that you think would be an effective exhibit to present at the hearing, such as pictures or videos, and you would like to share them with the appellants at a meeting, please let us know. We'll reimburse you for any cost incurred. In the meantime, we are currently setting up a videographer record for west end of McCarville. Best wishes, Alan Emerson, CCR 2367. And I don't know how to explain the rest of this, but I'm sure you get the gist of what I said. This should have never been brought up. It's costing the city thousands of dollars. And I feel bad for Tim Woodsman of what's happened here, because it should have never happened in the first place, because I think I believe my rights have been violated due I do not know the law and how to present it, but how he can take me on, I'm the person who put the $1,000 up and was misled on this whole thing I'm dyslexic and I didn't understand how all this works. And I've been going to the city meeting for almost 6 months now, and, it's just been it's too much for a homeowner to, like myself, to understand. And I live right in front of Evergreen and Cascade Middle School on the Cargo. So if you think, Judge, if you think I need to add anything or explain, or you can ask me a question to clarify what I'm trying to say to the public.
So Mr. Bresnan, to be clear, you opened by stating, you had concerns about potential traffic impacts generally throughout the area, but then you ultimately do not believe this particular project is the problem. So this appeal that I heard earlier should not have gone forward. Is that the general idea? You think the problem is?
It is the idea. It should have never even started because it was mass confusion. Alan is not an attorney, and I think he was practicing law with these other.
I'm not getting into any of that. I'm just trying to understand your stance. And so you don't agree with the appeal. I think I understand that much.
Yes.
Any issue you may have with Mr. Emerson about who owes what for what is well beyond the scope of anything I'm going to address. But we're on the application portion of the hearing, and I do note your concerns about traffic, although my sense is you believe this particular project isn't the major problem. It's more of a systematic issue in the city of Sedro-Woolley. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have anything further you wanted to add?
That was it, unless John Coleman can tell me. He did an excellent job. Everybody's done an excellent job, and we're all on the same wavelength. So I thank you kindly, and hope this COVID-19 passes and we all do good.
I think we all agree with you there. Thank you, Mr. Bresnan. John, Mr. Coleman, is there anyone else there that intended on testifying?
Don, would you like to testify?
No, I don't even live in doubt.
Nope. No further witness statements from the gallery.
Okay. Mr. Woodmansey, as the applicant, I wanted to give you an opportunity if you had any final thoughts before I'll ask the city if they have any final thoughts, but I'll give you that opportunity. Any final thoughts from the applicant?
I guess just to reference what Frank was trying to convey, I think is he's frustrated that he paid for the appeal and wasn't able to be a part of it. And when he wanted to pull it, they wouldn't pull it.
Sure, that's beyond the scope of anything I would be able to address, but thank you for clarifying, but not ultimately anything I'm going to be dealing with.
Yep, no, you and me both. So the yeah, I would just reiterate that we're excited about the project and we really want to make it happen, and we want to continue to do good things and successful projects in the city of Sedro-Woolley. And I really do appreciate your time and your patience. I know it's your job, but it's definitely not an easy one, and I appreciate your time and your willingness to do this through this technology.
Well, thank you. It has worked better than I expected, but thank you. Mr. Coleman, did the city have any final thoughts they wanted to convey?
A note that Mr. Bresnan gave me 3 sheets basically summarizing what you more or less read from them. I can add those to the exhibit list if you would like, or if you're happy with the verbal testimony, then we can forego the.
You know what? Why don't we make it an exhibit just because, again, the technology being somewhat strange, that'll ensure that we have that. What that would be under mine, that would be what, Y? Is that right?
Y as in?
Y2K. Speaking of disasters. Okay, so we'll make Mr. Breslin's written remarks that he essentially read Exhibit Y, and then I believe the city then will convey those additional exhibits to David Ortman in my office. So that would be V through Y. Is that your understanding, Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Great. Any then further thoughts, or does that conclude the city's thoughts on this?
No, I think all the information's there, and it's been a long day. I'm out of gas.
Okay, well, I would like to thank everyone that's made it all the way through. I really especially want to thank city staff for working this out technologically. You know, this might be our reality for the next few months, and this really did work about as well as one could hope. So sincere thanks. The record on the application will be closed as soon as I get those additional exhibits. Like I said, I will try to produce my decision both on the appeal and, if necessary, the application within 10 working days of today, even though technically on the appeal, the record would be open until 4 o'clock on Friday. But like I said, most of my hearings have been canceled recently, so I should have some free time to give this the appropriate attention it deserves and get decisions issued in a expedient manner. So I believe I have everything I need to make a decision. And with that, I think we can go ahead and close the record. John, just a couple of questions unrelated to any of the specifics, if we can talk about once we go off the record. I just wanted to ask you about your guys' technology. If we can do that, that would be great.
So should we end the night to stop the recording now and close the hearing?
Yeah, you can go ahead and stop the recording, and you know, folks can get off the mics, I guess. I just